Buongiorno a tutti, io sono Giovanna Palandri, sono il cancelliere dell'Istituto Veneto e porto i saluti del presidente Andrea Rinaldo, che oggi non è presente, è sempre molto impegnato. Mi dispiace non aver potuto ospitarvi a Palazzo Franchetti, dove abbiamo un periodo un po' complicato, ma credo che dobbiamo ringraziare il Conservatorio per averci concesso questa sala in uno dei palazzi più belli di Venezia, più affascinanti, e vi invito a guardare anche fuori dalle finestre, perché credo sia il più alto palazzo che c'è a Venezia, c'è una vista spettacolare, anche se la giornata è un po' così. Quindi buon lavoro, il convegno mi sembra straordinariamente interessante e importante. Ringrazio Ernesto Carafoli e Katia Sorgato per l'amore e la passione con cui hanno seguito questi lavori, e buon lavoro a tutti.
Good morning to everyone. Here we are. So again, good morning to everyone. And my name is Katia Sorgato, and I am in this opening salute replacing Professor Andrea Rinaldo, who is the president of the Istituto Veneto, as the Chancellor has just said. And the Istituto Veneto, the institution that has promoted and supported the symposium taking place today. And of course, to the whole the institution as such, I want to express profound gratitude of us, which are the components of the scientific committee, Professor Carafoli, Semenza, and myself. The entire institution was of great help, undoubtedly, but I really would like to mention the tremendous support that I have received by Dr. Sebastiano Pedrocco. He was my right arm, my right hand, my right brain, so to speak, because he dealt every day with questions that I was posing to him from Padova, which is a town not far from here, while he here was solving everything, every question, immediately and with great patience over me and with much competence. Now, as you see, the program is very tight. We are already late, so no time can be wasted, but I just want to mention 2 points. The first one relates to the theme of the symposium that sees the merging of the 2 cultures. And this issue has been traditionally promoted by the Istituto Veneto, and it's at the heart of Professor Carafoli, as well as in the heart of the president of the Istituto Veneto. Indeed, we will see the humanistic culture. We'll talk about music the whole day long, but we also will have the scientific culture, because what you will hear today, it's the outcome of long, incredibly meticulous scientific procedures. In many instances, they involve paleoarchaeology and paleoanthropology, but we will also hear about genetic approaches, inspection of the brains, and their link to music and language. And the second comment relates to the absolute marvel. I really have to confess it. Biochemistry, was overwhelmed with when dealing with the themes of the meeting. And I assure you that everyone will be taken by this marvel. Because the journey that we will be taken by the symposium goes back to thousands and thousands of years. At the time when the representatives of the early Homo genre was living, was slowly giving rise to the modern Homo, us, but at the same time was able to sing, was able to dance, was able to produce music, and also to generate the instruments capable to play music. And this will be testified by the concert that we will have at the end of the day. So I believe that the collection of information that we will receive allows tracing the roots of our really intellectual nature and will permit gaining a better understanding at the same time into what music means to us, people of the 21st century. I stop now, really it's late, and I ask, but no, first of all, really I want to thank each one of you, speakers and participants, because I know that many of you have come from different parts of Italy, from different parts of Europe, also the participants, if not from overseas, as one of our speakers. And I ask now Dr. Nicholas Conrad to chair the first session, and the first talk is given by Dr. Christringer. He's in London, he's not here, but as many, I understand, nowadays don't want to take the plane anymore for ecological reasons. And we could not arrange other means for him to be here. But he will be connected via Zoom, and he will, of course, be pleased to answer to any question we will pose to him after his lecture, which I think really we would not have hoped to have a better introduction to the symposium than from what we will hear now. So please, Dr. Conrad.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Nicholas Conrad. Thanks to all the organizers. We're really looking forward to the meeting and the discussion. As mentioned, Chris Stringer is our first speaker. Chris Stringer is one of the leading researchers in human evolution, a key player in the development of the Out of Africa hypothesis and many, many other contributions to human evolution. And I think without further ado, we'll listen to Chris's talk. Ideally, there'll be time for a few questions afterwards. We'll see. If the speakers use all their time for their talk, then of course there'll be no time for discussion. But with luck, there'll be a little time for discussion. Thank you, and Chris Stringer.
Well, buongiorno, and thank you for the invitation to talk to this conference on the origin of music. Thank you to the Institute for the invitation. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but I look forward to discussing some of this with you after my talk. So here's a diagram that I found online from a paper by Wang, and I don't agree with the hypotheses in here about the origins of music, but I think it summarizes some of the main aspects that you'll be talking about today. Obviously, the requirement of complex information, the development of the brain, vocal cord evolution for the creation of vocal music, natural instruments being used to make music, and then with improvements in technology, the construction of specific musical instruments. And on the right-hand side there, we've got the functions which music plays in groups today, the biological functions. Darwin argued possibly sexual selection could be involved in the development of music, and the social functions it plays, communication between individuals, communication between groups, mother-baby connections, and so on. And of course, music could have originally evolved for one particular reason and then been co-opted for other purposes within social groups during human evolution. So now I'm going to talk about a variety of things. I'm going to start with an examination of the different human species that have been around in the last 500,000 years or so that could have been involved in the development of music and musical expression, the developing complexity in the story of our origins in Africa and dispersals from there, new data from Europe and Asia about the Neanderthals and the earliest Homo sapiens outside of Africa. Have a look at the Denisovans, who occupied sites in East Asia and almost certainly Southeast Asia over many millennia. And finally, a look at how and where our complex behaviour originated, including musical expression. So pretty well everyone agrees that there is only one human species around today, Homo sapiens, also known as modern humans. And of course, around the world, we come in many different sizes and shapes and colours. But if we strip away those superficial features, we find underneath a skeleton which has this modern pattern. We've got a representation on the right-hand side there, a recent human skeleton. And so if we look in skeletons, we can see morphological features which typify Homo sapiens today, and we can look for those in the past to try and trace the evolution of Homo sapiens through time. And of course, along with our physical evolution, there was the evolution of our complex behaviour. So here are some examples of the complex behaviour of Homo sapiens. So we've got complex technology, we've got extensive networking, complex language, complex treatment of the dead, and of course the development of art and spirituality and music. And even within the last 100,000 years, there were at least 5 kinds of humans around on the earth. We, Homo sapiens, had evolved in Africa, starting to spread from there. The Neanderthals had evolved in Europe and Asia. The Denisovans we know of from Eastern Asia. And then down in Ireland, Southeast Asia, we have these strange dwarf forms, Homo floresiensis, nicknamed the Hobbit, on the island of Flores, and Homo luzonensis from the Philippines. So all that diversity, even 100,000 years ago. But by 30,000 years ago, as far as we know, all those other kinds of humans had disappeared. There was only Homo sapiens left on the earth. For the Neanderthals, we have reasonable dating evidence that they were physically gone from Europe by about 40,000 years ago. For the Denisovans, luzonensis and floresiensis, we have much less data about when they disappeared physically, but as far as we know, they also were gone by 30,000 years ago. So here's more detail on that for the last 1 million years, and this is from a paper I co-authored in 2019, an updated version of the diagram from that paper. And so we can see these bars representing different human lineages, I would argue different human species, during the last 1 million years. And we're going to concentrate in my talk on the last 500,000 years ago, and particularly on the lineages of Homo sapiens, of the Neanderthals, and the Denisovans, and their possible equivalents in the fossil record in places like China. And here from that same paper is a summary diagram, a lot of information on here, but at the top there you can see the development of complex behaviour. Some of it goes back a long time, more than 500,000 years ago. We've got there artistic expression, symbolic expression. We don't actually have music on there, but certainly it would probably be part of art and symbolic expression. In the centre we've got the different lineages that are represented, as shown in that previous diagram, and at the bottom there we've got the increase in brain size. You'll be hearing more about this later in the symposium, but we've got those exceptions in the form of Homo naledi from South Africa and Homo floresiensis from Flores, still very small-brained, ape-sized brains, even into the last 300,000 years, but in that bigger, thicker ellipse there in red, we've got the evolution of the large-brained late humans, Homo sapiens, Homo neanderthalensis, and we assume also the Denisovans were similarly large-brained. Geneticists estimate that we had a common ancestor with the Neanderthals about 600,000 years ago. And in Africa, we have the evolution of Homo sapiens, and I've tried to distinguish evolution along that Homo sapiens lineage. So the early forms I call basal Homo sapiens, closer to the common ancestor with more primitive features, and then the derived forms of Homo sapiens, so-called anatomically modern Homo sapiens, later on in time. And this tricky question of species, which may come up later as well, for me, morphologically, based on what's preserved in fossils, I think the Neanderthals are a different species from us, based on the same criteria that we use to recognize species morphologically in other mammals and in primates in particular. And this is a piece I wrote on the museum website, Are Neanderthals the Same Species as Us? And a comment there below. In my view, if Neanderthals and Homo sapiens remain separate long enough to evolve such distinctive skull shapes, pelvises, and ear bones, they can be regarded as different species, interbreeding or not, behaviourally similar or not. And a much more detailed examination of this question in this really nice paper, I think, Were Neanderthals and Homo sapiens Good Species?, published quite recently by Andrea Meneganzin and Massimo Bernardi. So I recommend you have a look at that for more information on this question. So now let's turn to the story in Africa, the developing complexity of the story there, and dispersals from Africa. So 20 years ago, many of us had a really quite simple view of the evolution of Homo sapiens. There was an ancestral form in Africa, such as represented by this Kabwe fossil, Homo heidelbergensis, then dated to about 500,000 years ago. And then we moved through transitional stages, such as this fossil from Herto in Ethiopia, about 160,000 years old, towards the later forms of Homo sapiens, represented by that fossil from Jebel Kafse in Israel. So the view was that there was probably a gradual change through to Homo sapiens, and this change may have happened in one particular region of Africa, probably East Africa, and perhaps behavioural change was following the same pattern, with the development in one region of Africa and then spreading from there. But we have a different view, at least many of us have a different view now. The argument is that actually a number of different populations in Africa contributed to what we call Homo sapiens today, and this is the so-called Pan-African model of the origin of our species. So Eleanor Sherry and I and a number of colleagues wrote a paper, Did Our Species Evolve in Subdivided Populations Across Africa, and Why Does It Matter? And Ellie has continued with further papers, and here's a quote from one of her articles. Humans did not stem from a single ancestral population in one region of Africa, as is often claimed. Instead, our African ancestors were diverse in form and culture and scattered across the, well, she says, entire continent. I'm not sure about entire, but over much of Africa. So the argument is that there were different lineages through the last 500,000 years. These lineages at times evolved separately. Some of them may even have gone extinct. At other times, with climatic changes, these populations came together, exchanged genes, exchanged ideas, and we gradually get a composite formed of something that becomes what we know as modern Homo sapiens, both culturally and physically. And part of the reason for this more complex view is that we now know that development of Homo sapiens goes much, much deeper in time. So this fossil shown on the left here from Jebel Ihud in Morocco, these fossils were thought, when I did my PhD in 1970, they were thought to be about 40,000 years old, and they were often called African Neanderthals. We now know these fossils are not Neanderthal-like at all in their anatomy, and they date from around 300,000 years ago. So they may well represent the oldest currently known members of our lineage, Homo sapiens. not in East Africa, not even in Southern Africa, but over in Northwestern Africa, in Morocco. And around the same time, there's evidence that the supposed ancestral form, Homo heidelbergensis or Homo rhodesiensis, was still around. So I was involved with Rainer Grun and colleagues in dating this very nice fossil from Broken Hill, Kabwe in Zambia, and we dated it to around 300,000 years. So these forms were coexisting. There's no evidence now that early Homo sapiens came from Heidelbergensis or rhodesiensis. In my view, it may well be that the ancestor was deeper in time and may have been a distinct species. So I'm no longer sure about which species was our ancient ancestor, and indeed whether the common ancestor of us and Neanderthals lived in Africa at all. The common ancestor may have lived in Asia, may even have lived in Europe, which will then entail an entrance of the ancient Homo sapiens ancestors back into Africa, where they then continue their evolution towards the later forms of Homo sapiens. And for me, the oldest fossil that shows the pattern we find in humans today, anatomically, is this one from Omu Kibish in Ethiopia, Omu Kibish 1. It's dated now to perhaps 230,000 years old. It's a partial skeleton and a partial cranium, but we can see there the features we find in Homo sapiens today: a high and rounded brain case, a small and divided brow ridge, a skull that's narrow at the base and expanded up on the parietals. The pelvis shows modern shape. There's a chin on the lower jaw. So for me, this is the oldest currently known example of what we can call modern Homo sapiens or derived Homo sapiens. And our DNA, of course, has become important in the story, and that becomes important in what I'm going to talk about next. So now new data from Europe and Asia about the Neanderthals and the earliest Homo sapiens outside of Africa. So we've got this wonderful sample from Atapuerca in northern Spain. There's a cave system there, and deep in the cave, there's a blind chamber called the Cima de los Huesos, the pit of the bones. It contains over 6,000 human fossils, representing 28 skeletons. And this material is now dated to about 430,000 years old, and it does show clear Neanderthal features, particularly in the teeth. And there's even DNA from a couple of fragments from the Cima, which show that this group of humans were early Neanderthals, both morphologically and genetically. They are early on the Neanderthal lineage. So it looks like the Neanderthals were evolving in Europe and Asia for more than 400,000 years. So we've got what I would call basal Homo neanderthalensis at places like the Cima de los Huesos at Atapuerca, evolving through time to become the familiar late Neanderthals that we know best. An example here from La Ferracie in France, about 45,000 years old. So as we were evolving in Africa, the Neanderthals were evolving in Europe and Asia. And there was this major dispersal event later on, about 60,000 years ago. Geneticists estimate that a small population of Homo sapiens began to emerge from Africa, and they spread from there, and they gave rise to basically all the populations outside of Africa today. But it was not just one dispersal. We now know that there were earlier dispersals than that 60,000-year-old one. So, for example, there's evidence from Australia that humans had got there more than 60,000 years ago from a site called Madjabebi 2, where there's quite complex behaviour in terms of pigments and artefacts dating from around 65,000 years old. And there are fragmentary fossils from China, more than 80,000 years old, which look Homo sapiens-like. And there's a fossil from Greece, even older, from probably more than 200,000 years old. We've got the back of a skull from a site called Epidima Cave. And Epidima 1, it's only the back of a skull, but it looks very Homo sapiens-like in its shape, not Neanderthal-like. So there's evidence that Homo sapiens could have made at least brief forays out of Africa even more than 200,000 years ago. And this actually matches with genetic data that suggests that Homo sapiens, early Homo sapiens and early Neanderthals did meet and exchange genes. They did interbreed more than 200,000 years ago. And this led to a change in the Y chromosome of mitochondrial DNA of Neanderthals. They picked up a more Homo sapiens-like Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA structure. So this interbreeding, of course, could have been accompanied by not only the exchange of genes, but the exchanges of behavioural information between these groups. But that main event, these earlier ones, ultimately we could say were not successful. They did not leave a major mark outside of Africa, but the dispersal that began about 60,000 years ago is the one that gave rise genetically to the populations outside of Africa today. And we have early Homo sapiens fossils with complete genomes from sites in Europe, from Siberia, from China, and not yet, sadly, from Africa. And so in moving out of Africa, Homo sapiens was obviously going to be living alongside the Neanderthals. And we've argued for many years about whether this would have led to interbreeding between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. There was a fossil from Portugal, the Lapido child, which was argued 20 years ago or more that it was an actual hybrid between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. I think that has been disproven. It's only about 26,000 years old. It's too young to be any kind of hybrid between the groups. And my view used to be that we're closely related to the Neanderthals. They could have been interbreeding because, for example, polar bears and brown bears are different species, but can interbreed. Jackals and wolves can interbreed. And so I thought that it was possible we and Neanderthals interbred, but my view was that it was on such a small scale, it was a rare event, we would never find any trace of it today. But of course I was wrong about that. So we get from 2010 the beginning of high quality Neanderthal genomes being recovered and reconstructed from the fossils. So this is a paper from Science, and it says here, the long-awaited sequence of the Neanderthal genome suggests that modern humans and Neanderthals interbred tens of thousands of years ago, perhaps in the Middle East. As a result, pretty well everyone, in fact, living outside of Africa has inherited a small but significant amount of DNA from these extinct humans. So most of us outside of Africa have around 2% of Neanderthal DNA in our genomes from this ancient phase of interbreeding, perhaps 50,000 years ago. And I wrote a paper with Lucille Krapp looking at some of this recent evidence of contacts and interbreeding between the last Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens in Europe. So I recommend you get a look at that paper if you can. So here are some of the sites with evidence of contact between the Neanderthals, either morphological data or genetic data. So now let's look at the Denisovans who occupied sites in East Asia and almost certainly Southeast Asia over many millennia. So Russian archaeologists have been digging this site of Denisova Cave for more than 50 years. They found rich fauna, rich archaeological material, and some fragmentary human fossils. These included teeth and a little part of a finger bone, but they were too incomplete to say what species they were, although the teeth were very large and even Homo erectus-like. And in 2010, genetic data began to be recovered from these fossils, and they showed very quickly that this was a distinct kind of human, not Neanderthal-like, not Homo sapiens-like, and these people have become known as Denisovans. So we have evidence of their presence in the cave, both from fossils and even from cave sediment, going back probably around 200,000 years. So the Denisovans were there for this long period of time, on and off, and remarkably at times, the Neanderthals were there too, perhaps alternating in occupation, maybe sometimes even being there at the same time. So here's the very limited physical evidence of the Denisovans from Denisova Cave. So you can see at the top there, these fragmentary pieces, finger bone and teeth, and there's an unpublished cranial fragment, Denisova 13, from the site. So those are the actual Denisovan remains, very fragmentary. And then below, fragments which are shown from their DNA to be Neanderthals. So Neanderthals are there too, and actually represented by a greater number of fossils than Denisovans. And remarkably, there's one individual, Denisova 11, a small bone fragment, but genetically it's been shown to be about 50% Neanderthal and 50% Denisovan. So this appears to be a first generation hybrid. It's a girl who died about 100,000 years ago, and she had a Denisovan mother. She had a Neanderthal mother and a Denisovan father. So remarkable evidence there that Neanderthals and Denisovans did interbreed successfully in the past. And looking at the site more widely, there are several chambers in the site, and the stratigraphy is now being wonderfully reconstructed from DNA evidence alone. So there's rich evidence of fauna, of plant material, and of human fossils going back more than 200,000 years from the cave sediments. So we're able to say that Neanderthals and Denisovans were there on and off for over 100,000 years, and then in the last 45,000 years or so, we have the appearance of Homo sapiens at the site. So in terms of trying to reconstruct what the Denisovans look like, there are some other fossils in Eastern Asia that are likely to be Denisovan. So in the bottom there, in the center, we have a jawbone from the Tibetan plateau of China, from Jiahe. It's over 150,000 years old, very robustly built, very large molar teeth. Unfortunately, no DNA from it, but there was some proteomic evidence, some fossil protein material in the specimen, and that was matched with the Denisovan genome more than it matched with the Neanderthal or Homo sapiens genome. So this appears to be a Denisovan jawbone over 150,000 years old at high altitude on the Tibetan plateau of China. At the bottom left there is a similar looking jawbone from Penghu off the coast of Taiwan. That may well be a Denisovan too, no DNA evidence from it yet. And then on the right hand side there's this isolated tooth, a lower molar from Laos, and that also may well be a Denisovan, but no DNA from that either. And then at the top of the diagram we can see a number of other fossils from Asia. We've got the Narmada cranium from India, perhaps 300,000 years old. We don't know what it is, perhaps it's a Denisovan, no DNA from there or proteins. And then at the top there we've got fossils from China such as Harbin and Dali and Zhujiaoyao. These could also be Denisovans, but again we don't have DNA evidence from them. Until we have good DNA evidence matching the more complete fossils, it's going to be uncertain how many of these are actually Denisovans. And can build up a network of relationships for the Denisovans. So you can see there, at the top left there, we've got Denisova Cave, and then we've got some genetic connections, for example, with Tibetans of today, with populations of Native Americans, and then we've got morphological connections with fossils such as Jiahe and Harbin and Penghu. And then down in Island Southeast Asia, there's actually evidence there of more Denisovan-like DNA. So there is a small amount of Denisovan DNA in East Asian populations, but there's much more of it in parts of Island Southeast Asia. So in places like the Philippines, Papua New Guinea, Australasia, there is sometimes 4% of Denisovan DNA in the genomes of people down there, in addition to the 2% of Neanderthal DNA that they have. And so it's likely that there were Denisovans or Denisovan-like people living down in Island Southeast Asia, and when Homo sapiens entered that region, they interbred with these populations and picked up their DNA, which lives on until the present day. So now finally, let's have a look at our complex behaviour. How did it originate, and what does this tell us about the origin of music and musical expression? So later on, I'm sure you're going to be discussing the evidence from our closest living relatives, the African apes, of at least rhythmic behaviour, of drumming on trees, of using sticks to beat out rhythms. And this happens both in the wild and in zoo situations, and also in the calls of orangs, evidence that their vocal motives may bear some resemblance to the structures that we find later on in singing in humans. So this fundamental behavior could have been there in our common ancestor with the great apes more than 7 million years ago. But today, of course, we have much greater complexity in their behavior. So we have complex technology, we have extensive networking, the development of complex language, complex treatment of the dead, and of course, the development of art and music and spirituality. So these are features that we find in Homo sapiens around the world today. And of course, the question is, how far back in time does this go? Where did it originate? So 20 years ago or more, there was a common view that there were major changes, perhaps 50,000 years ago, in human behavior, probably originating in Africa. And these changes might have been based on changes in the brain or changes in the vocal tract, but they expressed themselves in a sudden burst of creativity, sometimes called the human revolution or the creative explosion. So there was this view that something punctuational happened, perhaps somewhere like East Africa, and then it spread rapidly through Homo sapiens as Homo sapiens spread around the world. We now know that much of that behavior goes back much deeper in Africa, sometimes hundreds of thousands of years old. So there is no punctuational origin of this behavior. It goes back very deep in time. And we know that it's scattered across the African continent. So this is not a complete record, but here's a paper by Sherry and Will that uses a database of the presence of things like shell beads, ostrich eggshell beads, engravings, the use of red ochre. And we can see it mapped for various parts of the African continent. There's actually quite a lot of evidence from Morocco, which isn't showing up on this diagram. But what it shows us is that in some places this behavior goes very deep, but it's also episodic. The behavior comes and goes. And we don't know whether that's because populations were dying out and their behavior died out with them. Did they migrate away and come back? Were there reasons why this behavior was expressed at certain times and not at other times? Were groups in contact with each other and exchanging ideas, which led to the spread of these ideas? So this fits in with this idea of a Pan-African origin of what we call modern behavior in Africa. But it wasn't just in Africa. So here's this remarkable evidence from France, from Bruniquel Cave in southwestern France. We've got these remarkable structures made out of stalagmites, and some people 175,000 years ago have been breaking stalagmites, bringing to this position deep in the cave, and then building these oval structures with currently an unknown function. And as it says here, the attribution of the Bruniquel constructions to early Neanderthals is unprecedented in two ways. First, it reveals the appropriation of deep cast space, including lighting, by a pre-modern human species. Second, it concerns elaborate constructions that have never been reported before, made with hundreds of partially calibrated broken stalagmites that appear to have been deliberately moved and placed in their current locations, along with the presence of several intentionally heated zones. Our results therefore suggest that the Neanderthal group responsible for these reconstructions had a level of social organisation that was more complex than previously thought for this hominid species. So of course the assumption here is that it was made by Neanderthals. They're the only people we know of in that region 175,000 years ago. I mentioned a possible Homo sapiens fossil from Greece more than 200,000 years ago. So it's faintly possible, of course, that Homo sapiens did spread more widely and we haven't got a record of it, and they could have been responsible for this behaviour at Bruniquel. But it seems much more likely that it was Neanderthal behaviour, and it's not just this structure that shows the complexity of Neanderthal behaviour. I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that later on today. So the Neanderthals had this complex behaviour 175,000 years ago, and when I heard about that structure, I thought immediately of this famous organ in a cave in Virginia, which plays stalagmites to make music, stalactites, in fact, coming from the ceiling. And so if Neanderthals were deep in this cave, breaking off stalagmites to make this structure, I'm sure they would have been fascinated by the sounds they made echoing the cave. And so I think it's quite likely that those stalagmites weren't just being used to make a structure, but I'm sure the Neanderthals were enjoying listening to the sounds as they broke those stalagmites deep in Brunic Hill Cave. And there's evidence also, increasing evidence, for the use of wood in ancient times. So we've known about the spears from Schöningen in Germany, about 300,000 years old. You may well hear about those later. And here's a throwing stick, recently described from there, beautifully made, and indeed about the length of a long flute. So if these people 300,000 years ago could make these wooden throwing sticks, might they have been able to make flutes? We don't know. And even more recently, we've got the publication of this evidence of really skilled woodworking from 476,000 years ago or thereabouts in Zambia. So here, people were actually taking large pieces of wood, making planks, and actually fitting them together for an unknown purpose, perhaps to make traps, perhaps to make shelters, perhaps to make platforms in wet conditions. So this level of technology, which we're increasingly learning about, shows us people had these much greater capabilities in the past than we thought, and perhaps that would have even extended to the production of musical instruments. So this spread out of Africa about 60,000 years ago that gave rise to all the humans, all the genetic diversity we find outside of Africa today. Could it have been involved in an expansion of what we call modern human behaviour? Well, it's certainly possible, because you're going to hear later on about the beautiful works from caves in Germany, these little statuettes made of mammoth ivory, many of them, figurines, and beautifully made flutes, dating from around 40,000 years ago. And there's a cave art from France, for example, from Chauvet Cave shown here, about 35,000 years old. So there was a view that there was something special about Western Europe in particular that led to the creation of this art, and possibly alongside it then musical expression and the playing of musical instruments. But we now know that over on the other side of the then inhabited world, over in Borneo and Sulawesi, people were decorating their caves with painted animals and with hand symbols at the same time, and in fact even further back in time. So some of this art in the caves in Sulawesi is dated at 45,000 years old, older than anything of figurative art that we know of in Europe today. So is it possible that musical expression was there too? In which case, is it possible that this behaviour was in the ancestors of these populations in Africa before 60,000 years ago, and this behaviour came out of Africa and spread with them towards Europe and towards Southeast Asia? I certainly think that's very possible, and therefore we will find earlier evidence of this behaviour in Africa before 60,000 years ago. And of course I've mentioned gene flow between us and Neanderthals, between us and the Denisovans, between the Neanderthals and Denisovans. So whatever complex behaviour there was in these groups, and this could have included musical expression, it may indeed have spread between them when there was these exchanges of genes, when there was interbreeding. So just to summarise then, for these humans, obviously we know that Homo sapiens has musical expression and makes instruments to make music. For the Neanderthals, pretty certainly they had music expression. Did they make instruments? It's certainly possible. The Denisovans equally. I'm sure they had musical expression. Did they make instruments? They may well have done. For Luzonensis and Floresiensis, it's much less clear that they were making or capable of making musical instruments. Who knows about their musical expression? So on that note, I will finish my talk and thank you very much for the invitation to speak. Thank the Natural History Museum, the Cleaver Foundation and the Human Origins Research Fund for funding, and all my sources of data and illustrations. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you very much, and particular thanks for keeping to time. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. If you have a question, I believe that microphone is on. Stand up, and we'll take the first questions. If you want, go to this microphone. And I encourage, since we have a couple minutes, that people do this and not be hesitant. Well, come use the microphone, or you can, if you want, you can use mine.
Thank you. Thanks.
Claudio Tunis.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. It's a pity we don't have you here. Please, can you elaborate briefly on the idea of the common ancestor outside Africa, number 1, and number 2, the role of the refugia during the ice ages, where the different humans could have interbred. So these are the 2 questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudio. Can you hear me all right there?
Beautifully.
Good, thank you. All right. Well, buongiorno, ancora. Yes, so first of all, yes, on the common ancestor question and where it lived, if you push the common ancestor back in time, and I think it may well have lived further back than even 600,000 years, we really don't know for sure where that common ancestor lived and what species it was. So yes, it's possible the ancestor was in Africa, and I used to think it was Heidelbergensis or Rhodesiensis. But because a lot of those fossils, first of all, are dated younger now, and also because in their shape, particularly the facial shape, they don't look like particularly good ancestors, common ancestors for us and Neanderthals. So something like Homo antecessor in Europe is maybe closer to the ancestor. And there are really neglected fossils from China, fossils like Yunxian, which I think might also be closer to that common ancestor. So in which case the ancestor lived outside of Africa. Of course, Western Asia is a possible location from which we have very little good fossil evidence for this period of time. So there might have been a common ancestor even in Western Asia, and then it came back into Africa, and it also then spread to become the ancestors of Neanderthals and Denisovans. But I've got an open mind. I'd really now say I don't know where the common ancestor lived and who it was. And in terms of refugia, yes, I think you're correct that possibly if different groups were driven into refugia in bad climatic times, that may well have encouraged this spread. So yes, I talked about climate improvements bringing people together, and that's certainly one way of doing it. But equally, as you say, being pushed into refugia together would certainly, drive some interbreeding potentially from those groups if they're not strongly competing and avoiding interbreeding. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris. We will be continuing now, and again, Chris, great pleasure to see you, and all the best.
Thank you.
On a technical note, since we are working a bit under time pressure, if you have a question and you know it right after the talk, or go straight to this microphone, or if you're close, you can use this microphone. And now we'll continue. Our next speaker is by Giorgio Mansi, preeminent researcher on Neanderthals and late human evolution. Will be talking to us also from my university's partner university of Sapienza in Rome, with the title Neanderthals and Modern Humans, Big Brains, Ontogeny, and Cognition. Giorgio, I guess you'll be here. And here's, okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good morning everyone. My sincere thanks for the invitation to this beautiful occasion of discussion on music, its origin, as well as the relation with the brain and evolution. A particular thanks to my colleague and dear friend, Professor Ernesto Carafoli, and to the other organizers. Thank you also for making me return once again to Venice, a city that I love so much and consider the most fascinating in the world. My role, I think, in this conference is to tell you something about the evolutionary role that the cognitive potential may have had in comparing Neanderthals on the one hand and the first representative of our own species on the other. It is rather acknowledged that Neanderthals and modern humans are different species, despite they share several common traits, most notably because they both have large brains. At the same time, however, the two species are distinct in morphology, genetics, and, as we will see, in having peculiar ontogenetic, that is, growth and developmental trajectories. A key to understand is maybe that this distinction, which I would define as an evo, morpho, devo, may also have a meaning for cognitive abilities. Therefore, I suppose it may also have something to do with the possibility of producing, practicing, and enjoying music. These are two provocative, in my view, representations of a rather widespread idea. One is older, on the left, and the other one much more recent. The basic idea is that the extinct species, Homo neanderthalensis, could have had cognitive faculties and cultural potential similar to ours. So much so that until a few decades ago, Neanderthals were classified as a subspecies of Homo sapiens, as you know, and defined with the name Homo sapiens neanderthalensis. About Neanderthals, we all know when and where they emerged for the first time in the history of paleoanthropology. That is when, in 1856, a skeleton was discovered in the Neander Valley and was recognized some years later, in 1864, as the representative of an extinct human species. From here starts the science we call paleoanthropology, as a sort of red thread that runs through its entire history. We know when, where, and how much the Neanderthals were widespread within Europe and in the Near East. We also know their modest degree of morphological variability, particularly if we refer to the so-called classic, in brackets, Neanderthals. They and their direct ancestors were, for hundreds of millennia, the human population of northwestern Eurasia. Neanderthals and their ancestors remained alone in their part of the world for a long time, until they entered into sympatry with the population of another species, which, since the beginning, that is from about 200,000 years BP or more, appears anatomically, probably also genetically, modern. As Chris Stringer explained in the previous lecture, the relatively rapid geographical diffusion of Homo sapiens began from Africa and followed outside that huge continent, that is from out of Africa. Starting from around 100,000 years BP, the first anatomically modern human population entered into sympatry with other human species, in particular with the Neanderthals. The population of the expanding species were modern in the sense that they were us. The expression coined by a master of paleoanthropology in Italy, Sergio Sergi, is phaneranthropes. This means that they were a humankind that is indistinguishable from current human population with the basic morphology that today we can observe all over the world. Over the last 20 years, the rapid development of paleogenomics has demonstrated that the two species, as well as the so-called Denisovans, interbred. Although this evidence has pushed some workers to reconsider the very concept of species and its application in paleoanthropology, it seems to me that a number of data indicate that those reproductive interactions were through interspecific hybridization, as explained by Chris a few minutes ago. A rare circumstance in which different species can hybridize. As a matter of fact, these hybridization have left in current human population, apart from some areas of sub-Saharan Africa, only faint traces of the gene pool of about Neanderthals and Denisovans. In my view, these interspecific hybridizations were possible because the Denisovans, the Neanderthals, and modern humans were the result of distinct allopatric speciations, which occurred at an advanced stage of the last 500,000 years, within the variability of the same ancestral species, that is Homo heidelbergensis, in my view. I believe that this was a single species, largely widespread in Africa and Eurasia, which became increasingly variable, that is more and more characterized at the macro-regional level, demonstrating progressive intraspecific variability. This phenomenon of diversification within the same species shaped different geographical varieties or subspecies, which ultimately gave rise to three distinct specific identities, three species. One of these derived species was Homo neanderthalensis, while another one is ourselves, namely Homo sapiens. The different morphology of the cranium we observe in Neanderthals and modern humans is the phenotypic manifestation of two distinct outcomes of a process that spanned the entire natural history of the genus Homo. This slide attempts to show how the various species of the genus Homo have been characterized in many aspects over time, but above all, that they have been accompanied in their evolution by a progressive expansion of brain volume, the process that we commonly call encephalization. Looking at this simple diagram, the difference that I consider most relevant is that Neanderthals tend to maintain an elongated shape of the cranium, an aspect that is shared among all the other extinct species of the genus Homo, while our species is characterized by the so-called globular shape of the brain case, which emerged in Africa following a speciation, in my view, occurred just before 200,000 years ago. As a consequence, Neanderthal and modern humans both have a very large cranial capacity, something less than 1,500 milliliters on average, but very different shapes of the cranial vault. It can be assumed that these different morphology are the result of different ontogenetic processes. We know, in fact, that during the evolution of the genus Homo, the tempo and mode of growth and development have changed as a result of a tug of war between the shape and dimension of the pelvis, which is related to the acquisition of bipedal limbs millions of years ago, on the one hand, and a cranium with its brain that became increasingly voluminous on the other. These two anatomical districts were interconnected, especially at the time of birth. As a matter of fact, human neonates are about the same size as the mother's birth canal. This makes difficult the passage. The series of rotation and contortions that the modern neonate must undergo to successfully negotiate its mother's birth canal distinguishes humans not only from great apes, but also from lesser apes and monkeys. It is called a rotational pattern. As far as Neanderthals are concerned, this topic have been investigated in recent years, thanks to the advent in morphological studies of digital technologies for the acquisition and analysis of shape and dimension of skeletal districts. Two articles in particular seem interesting to me. In 2008, Ponce de Leon and colleagues produced a virtual reconstruction of the Tabun C1 pelvis, a Neanderthal female from Israel, and used it to simulate the birth process using the cranium of a rather complete neonatal skeleton from Mezmaïskaya cave, a Neanderthal infant from Russia. The analysis was not conclusive in terms of the birth pattern. Nonetheless, their geometric morphometric analysis clearly indicated that there is a difference between the proportion of the available female pelvis of Neanderthals, both from the Near East on the right in the graph, and the modern variability on the left. Thus, they quantitatively show that Neanderthals had a transversely expanded birth canal. The following year, Weaver and Hueblen focused on birth itself and asked whether Neanderthal females, represented again by the Tabun C1 pelvis, actually had or not the same birth canal dimension and shape as recent humans. The result was surprising. The birth canal shape of Tabun is different from that of recent human females. As a matter of fact, Tabun has a transversally oval birth canal at both the inlet and the outlet contour, suggesting that Neanderthals had a different birthing pattern from ours. That is a non-rotational pattern. Their conclusion, therefore, was that Neanderthal retained a primitive condition for parturition, such as it was in earlier Homo species, with reference to the Homo ergaster female from Gona in Ethiopia, or in Australopithecus, with reference to AL 2881 or Lucy from Hadar in Ethiopia, or to STS 14 from Sterfontein in South Africa. With the work published by Smith and colleagues in 2010, we can now follow the growth and developmental process in Neanderthal after birth, on the basis of accretion times estimated from dental enamel. In this way, we learned that Neanderthal teeth grew significantly faster than those of modern humans. When compared to earlier hominin taxa, Neanderthals and modern humans both exhibit a prolonged duration of dental maturation throughout childhood and youth, but this period of dental immaturity is relatively more rapid among Neanderthals, whereas it is particularly prolonged in modern humans. In a previous study by Ponce de Leon and Zollikofer, the process of growth in the two species, modern humans above, Neanderthals below in the graph, was recorded for the shape of the cranium, using geometric morphometric techniques and virtual simulations from young individuals until adulthood. They demonstrated that there is a slightly more rapid growth called hypermorphosis in Neanderthals, a similar level of development described by their cranial morphology are reached in the two species at different times. Similar levels of development are reached in the two species at different times. Also very interesting, also very interesting are the false colors illustrating areas of bone apposition in green and resorption in red during growth, showing an opposite pattern of apposition and resorption in the two species during growth and development. The contribution by Philip Goons and colleagues was decisive in this respect, with papers such as those published in 2010 and 2012. They applied geometric morphometric techniques to the fossil record available for Neanderthals, 10 individuals, and to children, juveniles, and adults of recent population. As an outgroup, they also used the sample of chimpanzees, not shown in the graph. They brilliantly showed a phase called globularization, which occurs in the first year of life of our newborns, which is instead absent among Neanderthals. At birth, newborn Neanderthals and newborn modern humans have elongated brain case and similar endocranial volumes. However, in the first year of life, that is during the globularization phase, modern humans depart from the presumably ancestral pattern of development, and their endocytes rapidly grow and change to the rounded shape that is characteristic of our species. This globularization phase is unique to modern humans and absent in Neanderthals, as well as in chimpanzee. These results, therefore, support the notion that Neanderthals and modern humans reach comparable adult brain size via diverse developmental pathways. It is also considered that the differences between these two species develop starting from the first year of life, which is also a critical phase for cognitive development. Eventually, let me mention some research conducted by myself at the turn of the century. We analyzed the so-called hypostotic traits of the cranium. These are supernumerary ossicles, retained embryonic sutures, and similar traits. We compared fossil specimens of Neanderthals and modern humans for the relative frequencies of these discrete features in different areas, facial, basal, and cranial vault areas. The result was interesting in my view. You can see that there is an inverse distribution of these traits with high frequencies observed among Neanderthals for the posterior and lateral region of the brain case. This occurs, in fact, precisely in those areas where the Neanderthal morphology displays its typical features, such as the N-bomb shape, view in posterior view, or the chignon in lateral view. My conclusion was that Neanderthal suffered of a frequent developmental anomaly, which can be related to their relatively rapid growth, particularly in the perinatal period of life. I call this phenomenon ontogenetic stress, and correlated this data to the peculiar combination we observe in the Neanderthal cranium between an enlarged brain case and the retention of an anteroposterior elongation, which is archaic. In conclusion, I believe that this framework of knowledge regarding the ontogenetic process in the two species, with their distinct pattern of growth and development, accounts for the different morphology observed in the respective adult individuals. This series of elements is also decisive for the origin and dispersal of our species. It must be correlated with the well-known manifestations of symbolic thought and the rapid cultural evolution that modern humans will demonstrate soon in their worldwide and relatively rapid diffusion. Was this due to the unique shape of our globular cranium? Therefore, was this due to our unique birth process and related peculiar pattern of growth and development? Could this possibly have led to a notable development of some brain areas, in particular the parietal ones? I'm sure that we will listen to this argument in the next communications, that of Emiliano Brunner in particular, and in the debate that will follow during this conference. For the moment, in conclusion of my speech, I leave it to you to evaluate the intertwined meaning and importance of all these aspects that combine phylogeny, ontogeny, and cognition. My personal feeling is that this has something to do with the production, the practice, and the enjoyment of music. Many, many thanks for your attention.
Giorgio, many thanks, and particular thanks for keeping to time. That gives us a lot of opportunity for discussion. We have a good 15 minutes, and we'll take questions. Please.
Hi, thank you for your talk. You mentioned that the birth pattern of Neanderthals and Sapiens were different. Is there any hypothesis on how this impacted the hybridization process and the potential birth of hybrids?
We can do some hypotheses now on this point. It is, in my view, a result of the fact that they were different species. And it applies to the fact that the hybridization was an interspecific hybridization, they not intermixed, but only some event of hybridization occurred, mostly in the Near East, as far as we know, with a few amount of gene pool from Neanderthals and late also from Denisovans that entered in our genome. So probably also the differences between the parturition, the birth canal, and so on were of importance in this respect. Some paleogenomic data suggest that modern human mothers were more capable to deliver the neonate. And this could explain why we only have some remnants of the Neanderthal gene pool, and they apparently didn't have.
Okay, Ernesto.
That was a great talk, Giorgio, and I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
If I may summarize it in one sentence, the absence of globalization of the cranial shape in Neanderthals has eventually brought to their inability to compete with sapiens in social organization, even symbolic thinking, etc. And that is important to mention because they had 10,000 years of more or less cohabitation in Europe. You have forgotten one thing, however, which was mentioned by Christine, and you expect my question, of course. You have forgotten to mention the Bruniquel Cave, which is 176,000 years old. That is 1,000 years before the cohabitation of Neanderthals and sapiens started in Europe, and it expresses this Bruniquel Cave a degree of social organization, differentiation of tasks, and so on and so forth, which is unprecedented. Now, that was, as I said, 100,000 years, more or less, before the cohabitation of sapiens and Neanderthals. I wonder what you think, for example, of whether the Neanderthals of Bruniquel Cave had the globular, or rather elongated cranial shape than the modern humans have, and why it is that for 100,000 years, actually nothing else happens.
Thank you, Ernesto. Bruniquel is a big question mark. We don't know. We cannot explain exactly, what they did, how they did that architecture within the cave, 350 meters from the entrance, using lights.
Nearly 400, yeah.
So I know answer actually. I avoided to talk about any archaeological stuff in my talk. It's not my role in this conference. Anyway, since you mentioned the Chris presentation, where he was speaking about, he showed a slide with Bruniquel. He showed also a slide with the remote hypothesis that occasional modern humans were already present at about 200,000 years in Europe, as far as indicated, suggested by one specimen in the Apidima cave in Greece. This add only some uncertainties on the answer that we can give. Another suggestion came, I told you yesterday, came from a provocative, at present, hypothesis made by Arzuaga and a Greek colleague, I don't remember now the name, where they hypothesized on the basis of a paleopathological analysis of the Cima de los Huesos material that Neanderthals were used to hibernize. Was Bruniquel a room for hibernization? This is an additional point. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, and again, just a very, very basic question in many ways. Both you and Chris emphasize that Neanderthals and modern humans are different species. Chris and many other people, you didn't talk about it so much, emphasize the sophisticated behavior of Neanderthals, yet different species. You didn't, but Chris. Am I correct in, would you argue that it's the biological differences between the two species that leads to music appearing with modern humans rather than Neanderthals? You didn't say this explicitly.
No,
Do you think there's a biological barrier preventing Neanderthals from having music? Or maybe you could elaborate on this question. How biological causality versus cultural causality.
You are correct. I didn't say that, but I suspected that it's true.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that out because I think that will be a theme that we may get into later, right? Because I mean, Chris, you might say, presented it in a way, I don't know if Chris is still there, kind of giving you both sides, right? Different species, but Neanderthals did all these great things. So
No.
we'll
My entire presentation was intended to show how, despite clothes, we were different.
Katja, and last question before we continue.
Yes, and I will be quick. And you will ask apologies. As I said, I am a biochemist, and only very recently I've dived in this world. But I was very intrigued by the fact that the birth canal is apparently different between the Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens. And this could lead to a different, how would I say, shape of the infant coming out. I have, just reading, the literature, I sort of understood that at least there is this thesis that the link between mothers and infants and infants in the Homo sapiens is very, very tight, much more than in other primates because of the non-perfect adulthood of the infant. And this could have given rise to the first sign of musical link between the mother and the son. And so I was wondering if this could be a reason, if there is, of the difference between mothers and sons in Neanderthals and in Homo sapiens.
But we actually know that the newborn in Neanderthal and modern humans was similar. Was not the different parturition pattern probably has something to do with the timing and regulation of the growth in the infant, in the newborn, but not in the shape at birth, as far as we know. This is a very complex, complicated topic, very fascinating as well. In my view, around parturition move the entire recent evolutionary history of the genus Homo, or probably also of the entire genus Homo. We have completely immature newborn, completely. For several months, they are immature. And, but this is not a characteristic that is unique to our species. Now, probably it was shared with other human species, particularly with the Neanderthals. The differences are very slight. You know the beautiful book by Rebecca Wragg that was very popular in the last years. The name is Kindred of this book, which exactly means Homo neanderthalensis. Means that they were similar to us, but at the same time different. So this kind of studies as very challenging because we move at the boundary between something which is similar and at the same time different.
Okay. I think we will continue. And Giorgio, many thanks in particular to keeping to time, allowing time for a few questions. And we'll continue now with the last talk before the coffee break by Emiliano Brunner, an expert on brain evolution, neurology, neuromorphology, and a member of one of my favorite places, the Center for the Study of Human Evolution in Burgos, near the site of Atapuerca, that has given us so much new information on human evolution. Emiliano, we're looking forward to your talk. Thank you.
And probably
Say 5 or 10 minutes to give you a warning.
yeah, and okay, if needed. So thank you for inviting me to this meeting. Thank you so much. And well, I study cognition and brain evolution, and from another part of my life, I'm a musician. So what I'm gonna do here is present some professional things and some personal stuff, and a mixture of both. You know that anthropology has been always interested in music because music is so important in terms of brain activation, and we are interested to understand how different brains, different minds, different cultures can react to the process underlying music. You know that we humans go around all over the world, and when we move, we bring with us our genes, our languages, and our musical instruments too. And this is because music is so important in terms of society, in terms of group affiliation, and after all, it's an important, crucial part of our social identity. And this is a first glimpse to the role of the body in the musical process. Dance is an admixture of social factors, musical component, and of course, body movement. And sometimes body is directly involved in the generation of music. Here you have the case of the demaru. Demaru, it's drum built with two skulls of a man and a woman, possibly die after some violent happening. So it's very special interpretation of how body can sound. And in Africa, you have the legend of Berimbau, the same, a woman murdered in a river. So as soon as the corpse fall in the river, the body is transformed in all the parts of the instrument. And here we have in South America, the quenas, the same, a dead spouse. Her lover get crazy for the death of his spouse and unearth the body and gets the tibia and put some holes and began playing the tibia of the dead spouse as a flute to hear the voice of the woman once more. So the body is deeply involved in the social aspect and the instrumental aspect of our natural history of music. And the same quenas, the same South American quenas, can be found so many years ago, as you perfectly know. And this time the bones are not from a dead spouse, but from a bird. And the first instruments we know in prehistory are basically very similar to the current quenas. And this instrument is peculiar because as flutes, they don't have a mouthpiece. They don't have a beak. So you have to mold your mouth, integrate your mouth with the instrument to generate the sound. And what is interesting is that these instruments were reinvented hundreds of times all over the world because it is a very simple flute. But then they were reduced to South America and Asia because in many societies they have invented flutes with mouthpiece. So it is easier to play, and so the flute with the mouthpiece slowly substitute the flutes without mouthpiece, except this residual population, most of all South American and Japan. In Japan, you have a very more complex variation of this kind of flutes, and it is called shakuhachi. So I wonder whether this residual population are associated with the fact that both populations share a very similar facial morphology. A facial morphology that make it very easier to do the contact between the lips and the flute and the instrument. I've been playing this canas for more than 10 years, and I can tell you that my European morphotypes does not help at all. It is so difficult for me with my face to fit precisely in this kind of interaction. And the same for the Australian didgeridoo. The Australian didgeridoo is a very huge cana in the sense that there's no mouthpiece. It's a empty tree in which you blow, generating vibration. The same. It's very easy. I built a didgeridoo with any tube, but it has been important in terms of musical instruments only in Australia. And I wonder whether this is for the same reason, associated with some specific anatomical feature. In Europe, playing didgeridoo, we have to put some mouthpiece with beeswax to mold our tiny lips with a huge hole of the didgeridoo. So all this stuff is to introduce the many kind of relationship we can have with our body and with our musical instruments. And by the way, this is important because precisely when things does not fit very well, you can have some kind of problems. Most pathological situations associated with music are due to some excess in the orofacial stress during music playing. So we have to think that the body has been, except of course singing, the body has been the first approach of humans to sounds. I'm talking about the rhythm generated by the body. And this brings us to the main topic of this talk, which is the relationship between tool evolution and musical instrument. We have to think about, we know that the tool making, tool use, it's something fundamental, crucial for hominid evolution. And it's normal that if you are napping some tool, this generates some rhythms and some sounds. So we can think that humans evolved some exotelic behavior. Exotelic means that the behavior has a finalistic and productive scope. But at a given time, these humans discovered that they feel some kind of pleasure when there was a proper balance between abilities and challenge of the behavior. So the behavior was evolved from exotelic to autotelic. It means that it was not more associated with finalistic issues, but with some kind of self-rewarding activity. So, and let's go to the brain. Let's see how the brain can fit in all the story. And in my case, I'm going to introduce the parietal lobes. I've been working for more than 25 years on parietal lobes. And we have all evidence suggesting that the parietal lobes are highly derived in humans. Parietal lobes are larger, more complex, and more connected in Homo sapiens than in every living primates. And in paleontology, we have the evidence that the only macroscopic brain changes within the human genus are probably associated with the parietal regions, and in particular in our species, Homo sapiens. These are association regions involved in visuospatial integration, language, attention. So the three cognitive pillars of working memory, the full mode network, general intelligence. So definitely important. And we have been analyzing Neanderthals and Homo sapiens endocast, and we have found that the parietal lobes are definitely larger in modern humans in both relative and absolute terms. This is a part of the origin of the globularization introduced by Giorgio in the former talk. And Neanderthals and modern humans, we have this very similar brain size, but Homo sapiens, we have much larger parietal cortex. And please note that it is parietal lobes, not parietal bones. I mean, we have tried to analyze the neuroanatomical boundaries of the parietal lobes. This is pretty difficult, but results are pretty convincing. And a different shape of the parietal lobes can be associated with some kind of cranial constraints, but a different size, which is the case, cannot be explained by just a matter of geometry. It's a matter of development. And one of the regions involved in this globalization is the precuneus. You can see there the localization of this region. It is much larger in modern humans when compared with living apes or any living primates, and probably it's larger also when compared with every extinct humans, include Neanderthals. And the precuneus is involved in body vision integration, visual imaging, body in space and times, and of course self-awareness. The precuneus is involved in framing the body into a physical, chronological, social, and mnemonic spaces. It's not a matter of phrenology. I mean, the precuneus integrates the information from the body with the information from the eyes. So if a species has a much larger precuneus, it means that probably this is associated with a more complex integration between somatic and visual information. The same can be said for the intraparietal sulcus, localized here. It is much, much larger in humans and more complex, and it is directly involved in eye-hand coordination and body-tool integration. This is deep in the brain. We cannot investigate this feature in fossils, but there is some evidence suggesting that the increase of the parietal cortex in humans could be possibly associated with the outfolding of the intraparietal cortex too. So, both the precuneus and the intraparietal sulcus are involved in visuospatial integration, body-environment integration, eye-hand coordination, visual imaging. That is the relationship between brain, body, and environment. And this is definitely interesting when we consider that humans were occasional tool users before 1.7 million years. Then we became habitual tool users, and finally we became obligatory tool users. Obligatory means that our ecological niche, our economical niche, our social niche, our cognitive niche depends strictly upon technology. So, and this leads us to talk about the importance of the body in cognition. Introducing, for example, haptics, the role of the hands and touch in integrating body, brain, and environment. Haptics is the integration between touch, skin touch, proprioception, the perception of the body, and exteroception, the perception of outer elements. And haptics is together with kinesthetic abilities and psychomotor abilities. Haptic abilities are part of what I call body cognition. So a set of features which have blurred frontiers with other cognitive abilities, but most of all blurred frontiers between movement and cognition. All these kind of abilities, they have a part associated with movement and a part of processes associated with cognition. And so the question is, may these abilities have evolved in hominids and in particular in Homo sapiens? Embodiment, body cognition, brain-body integration, body-tool integration. May have these features be evolved through some kind of specialization through human evolution. And probably yes, of course. I mean, in the first early stage of tool use, during the old one and Acheulean period, many tools were probably handled with the whole hand. Then there was an increase in the frequency of tools handled with fingers and phalanxes. And finally, there was an increase of frequency of tools handled with phalanxes and fingertips. This kind of somatic and perceptual specialization reminds me the specialization of the reduction of fingers in horses specialized for running. In horses, there was a reduction and a distalization of the body-environment interaction because of the specialization of feeling and response between body and the environment. In the case of the horses, the environment is the ground. In the case of the hands, our environment is the technology. So nowadays we know that when we grasp a tool, there's an integration between brain, body, and tool. We include the tool into our schemes. First of all, when we grasp a tool, there's an integration of the tool into the body structure to dynamic touch. The element is included in the balance of our body. Then there's an integration of the tool into the body scheme, in the brain body scheme, and finally there's an integration of the tool in the cognitive system. So we are the most technological species ever evolved on Earth. So the question is, there could be some evolutionary changes and specialization through these chains of processes, and some years ago I proposed that the answer is yes. That could be some kind of specialization in what I call prosthetic capacity, namely the ability of integrating tools into the body scheme, delegating mechanical, sensorial, and cognitive function to external, extra-somatic, peripheral elements. All these mechanisms are based on somatosensory and neurobiological factors. This can increase fitness, most of all in the most technological species ever evolved, and then these features can undergo some kind of selective forces. So all these features suggest that actually this kind of processes can enter the evolutionary mechanisms. Nothing new under the sun, because primates have cerebral and sensorial adaptation for eye and vision from one side and for hand and dexterity. So probably we humans have over-specialized some general primate features. And it's not only about classic traditional genetic story, because of course all these features have a genetic background, but also they can experience environmental effects, and finally some epigenetic processes. Culture can channel genetic transformation. So the process undergoing all this story, it's not so linear probably. But this is interesting when we consider theories in extended cognition. You know that many past theories did interpret mind as a product of the brain. Instead, extended cognition theory suggests that mind, it's not a product, it's a process. It's a process associated with the integration of three elements: brain, body, and environment. There's a flow of information between these three elements, and we call this flow of information mind. Environment is the natural environment, but it is, in our case, humans, it is also material culture and, of course, tools. So all the body is an interface between brain and environment, but of course the eye and the hands are what I call the ports of cognition. They are the main interaction with this outside world, and this called attention on the importance of the body in the cognitive process, the importance of the object in the cognitive process. Object can store information, activate functional responses, influence cognitive abilities, train the body and the brain, extend the physical range and function of our body. In the sense, we can think about technology as extended extrasomatic elements of our system. And a good analogy are spiders and the spider web. A spider web is an out-of-the-body extension of the spider's sensorial kit. The spider has its own nervous system, and the nervous system continues into the spider web, and the spider think with the response of the spider web and take decision after the response of the web. And most of all, the spider can't live without the web. If you quit the web, the spider dies because it cannot fit into its own ecological and economical niche. And this is our web. Technology is our web. Our cognition is not just assisted by technology. Our cognition is depending on technology, depending on extrasomatic and peripheral elements of the cognitive system. So when we think about cyborgs, we think about this kind of strange monster, but probably the first cyborg evolved 2 million years ago when an hominid held a stone tool and discovered that this way it was possible to act differently, feel differently, think differently. And in archaeology, we have been spending last century thinking about tool making and tool using, forgetting that there's a first stage, which is tool sensing, which is definitely necessary to step to the other two. And probably we still have no much information on this kind of this part of the story. So yes, I suggest that embodiment, somatic integration, cognitive extension, this is something that has been so important for human evolution. And including the fact that you know that manipulation, haptic integration has been hypothesized to be relevant and integrated with the evolution of language, and that in primates, only in primates, brain size is correlated to the social group size. And the social group size is correlated to the time a primate spends touching his neighbors. The more you spend time touching your neighbors, the more friends you have, and the larger the social group. And in primates, the social group size, the brain size, and the time associated for grooming social touch are directly proportional. So it is a complex system indeed. Nowadays, we are in the technical digital era, thinking that the body is not more necessary, but digital in Latin mean fingers, and we still rely on our body to interact with our technology. More of a paradox is about computation. We have amazing machines making computation, mathematical computation, or amazing memory capacity, but we still are not able to build robots which can walk or grasp properly. So probably the perception of the body is still the ultimate challenge of our technological capacity. And in robotics and remote sensing, nowadays the most important challenges are associated with the haptic and proprioceptive abilities. So our brain homunculus, brain representation of the body has huge hands, because we think with our body, we think with our hands, and it's interesting so that in human evolution we find some strong specialization of the parietal lobes which are involved in the integration between brain, body, and environment. So, if you remember this channel that we have discussed before, let's go to music. Just change stone tools for a guitar, and we have exactly the same story. Music playing is an amazing embodying experience. Every musician knows perfectly that's the cognitive system change when you integrate your body with the instrument. If all these examples are cyborgs, we have to assume that music playing is a part of the cyborg story, of course. And there's, of course, no doubts that the body is heavily involved in any kind of integration with musical instruments. And when you get your instruments, there's a modification of your personal space. You need your dynamic touch. You need your somatic memory undergo activation. Executive attention is totally changing, and you have a somatic, perceptual, functional, and cognitive integration between the body and its technological, musical, in this case, extension. So you have your exotelic function, in which you extend your body to some tools, integrate, changing your visuospatial system, and then you discover that if you increase the integration of these tools with your own body, for example, using your head as resonance box, well, that can be some self-rewarding, nice challenge. And after some generation, you have Ara Malikian playing his violin and involving all his heart and body in the production of that sounds, until we realize that there's a very, very smooth boundaries between brain, body, and technology. And nowadays we are totally aware of it. And then we go to the brain, analyze brain of musicians, brains of people that are non-musicians, and we discover that there are specialization. Except beyond the auditory areas, well, the motor areas and visuospatial areas. Well, of course, there's a story about embodiment. And then we discovered that in musician, the precuneus is much more connected with the rest of the brain. And what about asymmetries? We know that the brain is asymmetric, and this brain asymmetry generates body asymmetry. For example, handedness. Guitars, string instruments have been reinvented hundreds of times. But by chance, every time the right hand is for rhythm and the left hand is for harmony and melody. Flutes have been reinvented hundreds of times, but most of the time, the left hand is the one close to the mouth, and the right hand is the one far from the mouth, from the low and higher pitch, respectively. And what about blind people? In every society, different society, the blind people are often associated with music playing, and in general the explication was, well, they are blind people, they cannot do much things, but they can play an instrument. Probably this is not the reason. The reason is because blind people have enhanced haptic and acoustic perception. So it's a specialization, it's a cognitive specialization. So, and then from transmission to reception, embodiment is not only a matter of generation of music. There are some theories associated embodiment to the reception of music. Music as a way to express concepts and emotions through the response of the body. Conceptual language, it works fine, but doesn't work for everything. So probably there's another language that can trigger body sensation, and this is music. There's no doubt that music has been always associated to body communication, directly involved body communication to the people expressing this kind of language and to the people receiving this kind of language. There's a very nice, in the last years, there's some challenges and contests of air guitering. These are contests in which you go and you have to simulate with your body, without the instrument, you have to simulate the feeling transmitted by the music. It's for fun. But it is a nice experiment to see how the body without instruments can simulate this kind of relationship. And for the technical part, there are very new attempts to integrate music with remote haptics and with brain-computer interface without instruments, without body, so directly from the brain to the production of sounds. So, we know that neurons are so important for cognition, but neurons are just a part. Neurons are just element of a much more complex organ that is called brain. And the brain has some properties that cannot be understood if you analyze the neurons alone, because these are emergent properties that can be discovered only when you analyze the brain as a whole and not its single part. But the brain is a part of a far more complex system, which is called cognition, which is not an organ. It's a process. And there are many issues, many factors, many features of cognition that you cannot understand if you analyze the brain alone, because cognition is a flow of information between brain, body, and environment. So, if you are interested in brain, you can analyze brain. You can stay within the cranial cavity. But if you want to analyze cognition, you have to remember that in all animals, cognition is a somatic issue. In primates, in particular, cognition is a collective issue. And in humans, cognition is a technological issue. And this is true also for the evolution of music and musical instruments. Some years ago, I was in Australia and I was visiting an exposition on Aboriginal culture. And at the entrance of the exhibition, there was this amazing sentence. Our objects are our country. They embody our knowledges, our histories, and our connections to the world and to each other. And this is so beautiful. So for Italian readers, you have this book, The Mind Beyond the Skull, which is sort of dissemination book on cognitive archaeology and all the story, all the relationship between brain, body, and environment into the perspective of hominid evolution. And for Spanish readers, I just published some few months ago this book, which is a general introduction to human brain evolution, a travel among fossils and primates. And for English readers, this book has been just published this summer, Cognitive Archaeology, Body Cognition, and the Evolution of Visospatial Perception. So in these three books, in whatever language, you can find some piece of all the story I've just presented here. And thank you very much.
We have about 5 minutes for questions, so thanks so much for keeping to time, and the floor is open for question, and we will go in the order of arrival at the microphone, please.
Hello. I understand that your background is also in archaeology and that you focus on instruments, but the music originally, and I would think that you would have argued about it, is singing maybe, and I'd like to know how you integrate the fact that it is meant for the ear of the listeners and it's using the vocal tract mostly, like language, actually.
Yeah, that's why, because at the beginning of the talk, I said, besides singing, except singing, because of course I don't have any idea on the singing part. I mean, from the side of the professional part.
And the hearing?
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you my personal opinion, but
please do.
But I don't have an established, structured perspective on this topic. I mean, language in general, in human evolution. Okay, I will try to be. In human evolution, there's this large debate. Did Neanderthal had language or not? Or for me, we don't have any answer to this question.
I know.
First, because we can't have any answer,
there is
and
no
second,
fossil.
because possibly we are moving around the wrong question. It's not whether or not Neanderthals had languages. Assuming that they had very different cognitive structures, please take into account that Neanderthals were not our ancestors. It's an independent lineage. So imagine that modern humans and Neanderthals have evolved independently for, say, 300, 400,000 years, okay? So we have been evolved, changed for 500,000 years, and Neanderthals have changed too for 500,000 years, and not necessarily in the same direction. So Neanderthals are not a bad version of human cognition, not even in the same version of modern human cognition. Neanderthals are another kind of human cognition. So probably they didn't have our same structural organization of the cognitive process. They had other different cognitive architecture. So what we should probably ask is, what kind of language can be developed with that kind of cognitive organization? Mm-hmm. The same applies to singing and to vocal transmission, whatever kind of vocal transmission. If we give much importance, for example, to the conceptual reasoning, words and images.
Okay,
well,
we need...
let's focus on music.
Okay, but
Yeah.
I think we have to have concise questions, concise answers.
Yeah. Okay, we will talk it further.
Well, a very concise question. We had one question concerning also the parietal domain, but let's forget about it. You have essentially talked about instrumental music.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether you understand that probably music didn't start with the instrument, it started with voice, vocal. Now, this is important because in the instrumental music you can do whatever you want, but you have rhythm, you have melody, but you don't have, of course, rhythm. Rhythm is just to come to your voice, with your person. You showed one person, a black saxophone player, whatever, with his cheeks empty. Now, this way, the importance of the human who actually produces music, produces also what we call rhythm, which is nearly impossible to define. Not rhythm, excuse me, I meant timbre. Timbre, nearly impossible to define. Would you comment on that, please?
I don't have
because you only talk about instrumental music, you see?
So, yeah. I mean, my introduction was on the relationship between body and tools. So as I stressed, I skip totally the vocal part and all this stuff. If I understand properly, you are interested in the generation of rhythm. With the vocal variation, yes, but as stressed, I have no idea of that kind of things. I mean, we were not able to understand if the evolution of language I don't think that we can have firm. Yeah, you know that, for example, once more, this is my personal opinion. I don't have any strong idea on that. But for example, you know that gibbons, they do duets between pairs. Let's say singing, in the sense that the male sings something and the female replies something.
Okay, thank you. Next short question,
Exactly.
short answer,
yes,
and we'll go into
So
the
this
break.
can be a case of natural history of this kind of interaction. But I have no
The
idea.
question is very quick, and maybe for other speakers as well. Is there evidence of a difference in the degree of lateralization between Homo sapiens and other species?
Hominids,
Yes.
brain asymmetries, you mean?
Well, also, you know, evidence of different abilities with between
Handedness.
the handedness, for instance.
Not so strong. I mean, there's evidence. The brain asymmetry, as we can see from paleontology, is the same. In every extinct hominid.
But possibly looking at artifacts, you may find
some
evidence.
Yeah. There's some study on Neanderthals and Homo heidelbergensis, and there's some evidence of general right-handedness in all the species. But once more, the brain asymmetry is the same in every hominid.
Yeah.
So not surprising. And the handedness is the same in any hominids. What is the problem? The problem is that when you work with Neanderthals or Homo heidelbergensis, the statistical evidence is pretty scarce. So the statistical power, it's not so strong.
Okay, we will stop there. I'd like to thank Chris, Giorgio, and Emiliano.
Just one.
There will be time for questions and discussions, of course, in the coffee break, and in general as the meeting goes on. The coffee break is downstairs in the courtyard, and we're sticking to the published schedule? No? Yes. Yeah, so we are meeting here again at 11:30, is that correct? As scheduled. Thank you.
I know, we don't have much time.
15 minuti per salire e scendere e prendere il caffè, ma è impossibile.
Stamattina fatto fa bene. I like that. Yeah. Okay.
Scusa.
Sì, dico, ma c'è lì Emanuele Strelli, non Manuele, perdono. Oddio, il mio informatico è lì. Vabbè, non guarda, parlo prima con lui un attimo, prima. Sì, sì.
Hello, if you could take your seats, we're about to start in a moment, please. Well, I hope you all have enjoyed your coffee break. My name is Stephen Mythen, and I've got the pleasure of chairing this next session in this fabulous day we're having. Got to such a wonderful start, and I'm sure it's going to continue in exactly the same manner. We're a little bit behind time, lots of stairs to come up, but I'm sure we can catch up or we can extend. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Francesco D'Errico. Now, Francesco is Italian, but for many years he's been director of research at CNRS in Bordeaux. He's also professor in Bergen, in Norway. And for the last 30 years, he's pioneered, he's revolutionized our understanding, our study of early symbolism by looking at beads and ochre and engravings. Revolutionized what we do. So it's an immense pleasure to introduce Francesco D'Errico for his talk today.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to express my acknowledgement for the organizer who has been able in the end to push me out of my comfort zone and talk about something I don't really know a lot about. So before answering this question, and in any way, if somebody wants to have a very home take message and is in a very hurry or need to the toilet, the answer to the question is yes. But for those who want to listen to why I think it's yes, I will first touch upon some definition issues. So music is an extremely complex phenomenon, and there are many definitions of music, and for some, music could be just any kind of sound that we perceive as music, which is a very large definition. And if we want to look at the phenomenon in evolutionary terms, we are more interested in musical practices, which are a shared behavior between people. They are transmitted from one generation to another, or even more, musical tradition that indicate the time and the situation in which the musical practices become an enduring cultural trait in human societies. So this is first problem with definition. The second, I would say, is about the word evolution. My, let's say, superficial reading of the what has been written in the history of music show that historian of music has fallen in the past in the same trap that cultural anthropologists and paleoanthropologists at the end of the 19th century, considering music as one of the cultural traits that would develop necessarily towards civilization. And of course, this has been used several times to justify colonialism, because when we go to a place, we will impose our civilized music on the other, while of course, although one of my goals is to try to propose a scenario for devolution, I would put that in a different framework, which is the one pioneered by Cavalli Sforza, Feldman, Messoudi, Richardson, and others, which is the need to understand what are the processes and mechanisms that lead with cultural change, including gene cultural coevolution. So we are not interested in a progressive, linear, stage by stage. We will be a savagery music, a barbarian music, a civilized music, but we are rather looking at the musical phenomenon, its evolution, with the eyes of the cultural evolution society. And if you look at the different challenges that they identify in their first meeting in 2015, the word civilization does not exist, so we are not interested in civilized music. And then I will try to present here 3 scenarios about the emergence of musical practices, a short chronology and a long chronology, which can be split in 2, an origin resulting from a biological event, let's say 200,000 years ago, and an origin and evolution resulting from a long-term niche construction that may start 500,000, 400,000 years ago. Okay, and I will try to explain what are the weak point and the strong point of this different scenario, and eventually try to, at the very end of the talk, propose a step-by-step evolutionary scenario for musical practices between 500,000 years ago and the present. So the short chronology is where music was invented in Europe, when 42,000 years ago, who were created the first musical practices were modern human arriving in the European territories and replacing the local Neanderthal. So this scenario has been very popular because the music, in this case, and musical instruments have been seen as one of the cultural traits like cave art, formal bone tools, pendant, etc., that was marking this revolution. In fact, there was at the time, this co-evolved in a sense very well with the original language, because at the time very influential linguists like Chomsky were thinking that also the language would have evolved as an immediate switch with a genetic mutation or a mutation in the brain, producing language, as you saw, no difference with, I mean, big differences with animal system communication. Okay, the advantage, say, and the strong point of this short-term scenario is that now we have many archaeological evidence for this period. We have a solid chronological framework. We have multiple direct and circumstantial evidence about musical practices in the Upper Paleolithic, and of course, Nick Conard will talk about that much in extenso in his presentation. We have bull roarer, we have flute, we have also recently published use of very large marine gastropod as musical instrument, and good indication that the underground world, the cave, were used for musical practices and performances. Very often has been observed, for example, that the area where there is a stronger sonority in cave is also the place where we have cave painting. Another strong point in this scenario is that the earliest evidence for music are extremely elusive. So we really have very slim evidence. And I have participated myself to make this evidence even slimmer than they are in my work on the Diviababe flute. You perhaps know this flute, because in fact the site is not very far from here. So it's a site, is a mixed Middle Paleolithic site with also a strong presence of cave bear accumulation, with a very few stone tools, no real evidence of debitage or cores, but just tools that have been taken with different raw material, and this for archaeologists is an evidence that of a not continuous presence of Neanderthal at the site. So when the paper in which it was proposed that this was a flute came out, we published a couple of papers saying, okay, but look, this could be natural. And then the Slovenian colleagues invited me in Slovenia to look at bone assemblages, accumulation, among which the Krizna Yama is very interesting because it's a cave in which there is a large accumulation of cave bear, but there is no human presence. So you can really see what cave bear can do. So when I look at these assemblages, I found that there are many bones with holes. And the holes are often associated with other traces that, I mean, you are not a specialist, but will be called scoring, which are produced by the contact of the carnivore teeth, and sometimes the scoring also come out from the holes themselves. When we look at when the hole occur, the hole occur on all bones, but they are particularly abundant on limb bones, and they are particularly abundant in femur. So the femur are 40% of the bone, where the holes occur. We also see that there is not just one hole, but the fact of finding two holes is quite common on this bone. that one of the arguments that was proposed by the Slovenian colleagues is that the holes are quite big, too big. But in fact, if we look at the distribution of the size of the hole, the holes on the so-called flute fall well, are slightly larger than the mean on the median, but they are perfectly fit, the distribution. The holes are not perfectly circular. They are slightly ellipsoidal, but this fit very well with the size of the hole. And these holes also occur on compact bone, because we very often find this bone close to the epiphysis, but we see that it's common to find 2 holes on compact bone. A very interesting object is this one. Is a K-bear femur of a young individual with 2 holes, but have not been chewed enough by the parents, because in fact the K-bear are known to eat young individual when they wake up from the lethargy at the end of the winter, so they are very hungry, and perhaps they were scavenging on the body of a young individual. And when we look at the flute itself, I found many traces that are clearly produced by carnivore, including what has been interpreted as a 3rd possible broken hole, which is in fact very probably the result of carnivore damage on the bone. One of the arguments put on, they say, by the Slovenian author was that the length between the 2 holes were not fitting the distance between the 2 canines, but this is, in fact, is not really a reliable argument, because on many bones we see that there are many holes, so in fact you can have multiple bites on the same bone, and also on the bone we have a counter bite indicating that this was okay. So does this mean that Neanderthal did not have a musical tradition? Of course not. It just showed that, in my view, this bone have never been used as a flute. So I will move to the second scenario, but I mean, perhaps I was putting some. There is a slide that I would show you before. Okay, another reason for thinking that we'll come back to that later. Okay, so the second scenario is, according to the second scenario, musical tradition would stem from the emergence of our species in Africa. So the speciation event would give us a different cognition, and this cognition would allow to do things that other species around the world were not able to do. So the cause of this dramatic change in cultural trait behavior would be the main cause, the main trigger would be a speciation event. Okay, and this speciation event would enable an anatomically modern human to develop musical practices and tradition comparable to those we know in historically known population. So if any musical practices associated with archaic hominid would be qualitatively different, would not mean that they would not exist, but they would qualitatively different from what we were able to do much later. Okay, why? There are a number of reasons for supporting this model. As it was already mentioned this morning by Chris Stringer, we know that thanks to the last 20 years of work in Africa, that anatomically modern human in Africa, or whatever they were 200,000 or 300,000 years ago, produced a number of innovation, very large innovation, pyrotechnology, use of mastics, personal ornament, we will go into detail later, engravings on ochre, engravings on ostrich eggshell, drawing on stone, formal bone tool. So basically now we know that there is no real reason for thinking that these people could not produce musical instruments. They have produce a lot of technical innovation that would allow to do that. Okay, but so the question becomes, why we don't find the musical instrument? Okay, a possible answer to that is that musical instrument can be extremely difficult to identify for archaeologists. For example, the work that I've done with the Sun in the Kalahari, and we have worked with them and we have showed them a lot of their material culture, which led to the publication of this book, show that, for example, the rattle that they use, and they are an extremely important musical instrument because they allow men to go into trance while the women are clapping around the fire. In fact, if you look into the rattle, which are cocoon of larvae, which are put together with a string, inside you would find very tiny pieces of ostrich egg shell, but now they use just pound glass. And basically, this is all you would find in archaeological record. So you will be in very big difficulties in show that these were coming from a musical instrument. Okay. I'm also making another example. It's a paper that we published a week ago in PLOS One. It's come from the Upper Paleolithic. So a very famous archaeologist called Denis Perroni in the 30s in Dordogne found at several sites very tiny, small, subcircular gravel, extremely polished. And there was a lot of debate going on whether these small gravel were natural, their presence at the site were natural, or they were modified by human in some way. So we were lucky enough, these gravel are relevant for the issue of musical tradition, of course, because among the possible use, I mean, we know that little gravel and seeds are put in musical instrument to create rhythmic music or to help with other type of performance, but they also use in game, they are used on clothing and so on. So we were lucky enough to identify a site in which these gravel have been excavated recently. So we could study their spatial distribution compared to other elements of the material culture, an Upper Paleolithic site. And we discovered that they are concentrated in the area in which we all find all the archaeological remains. So this is a strong element thinking that they have something to do with humans. And also we submitted this to a number of analyses, so we compare it morphologically with a number of geological accumulation, for example, from beaches, rivers, and so on. We study their surface texture. We quantify the use wear with a confocal microscope. And so, of course, we measure them and so on. And we also reproduce experimentally this by putting in a tumbling machine covered with skin with ochre, with skin without ochre. And our result seems to show that the only way to reach the wear that we see on the archaeological gravel is what we produce experimentally. So there is no in nature an assemblage that we found in which you can see naturally this very highly polished on. So we from that we infer that these were polished in some way, perhaps in a musical instrument, perhaps just carrying around this pebble in bags. And we also produce a cross-cultural analysis, which is we can do that now based on a large database called the Human Relation Area Files. And we discovered that among the many different use, the use of gravel in traditional society, other hunter-gatherer or traditional society, horticulturalists and so on, is quite common. But of course, it's very difficult to go further. So this, in a sense, is to show that even in a case like that, in which for 3-4 years, we try to use any possible technique to try first to demonstrate that the results are not natural, but we arrive at a point in which, say, whether this was used in a musical instrument or not is very difficult to establish. A reason for thinking that a reason for thinking that the short chronology does not work, in my view, is that already with the early Upper Paleolithic flute, these flutes show a degree of complexity that is very far remote for the very origin of musical practices. Of course, Nick will show you more evidence, but in my life, I had the opportunity to study the flute from the cave of Isturitz. It's a very large cave with an incredible sonority where still there are performances nowadays. there are 24 flutes from the Upper Paleolithic Historic, starting from the very late Gravation or late Aurignacian, early Gravation, up to the Magdalena, so covering between 30,000 and 12,000 years before present. So we studied the part, but the results are not only partially published. Interestingly, so we found that these flutes are extremely worn. So not only the perforation is worn, but also we find clear evidence of long-term wear on the opposite side, produced probably by the thumb. This degree of sophistication is clearly indicated by the way in which they have shaped the morphology in order to put your finger and have a very clean tube producing a very clean sound. And when we look, for example, at one of the flute, we observe, this flute is quite interesting because we find different set of incision that seems to have been made with different techniques and different tools. And in this case, they produce the same type of incision, but as you see, the rhythm of the incision and the space becomes smaller and smaller. So it is the engraver wished to fit one number of line in a small space. So I'm not saying that these are the earliest musical notation, but clearly there is here notation that are associated with the use of this instrument. So these look already look to me already very sophisticated musical instrument, perhaps not owned by an individual, but perhaps passed on from generation to generation to initiate if the person playing the instrument was a shaman or has a special social roles. Okay, why let's say the long-term scenario, but produced by let's say our speciation, so our musical tradition similar to ours, be the reflection of just a speciation event would not fit with the archaeological evidence. Well, I would say, first of all, because it is true that there are many innovations in Africa, but at present, the innovations are only found just in some area of Africa. So in the Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, and Northwest Africa, and because they do not occur at the same time, so they do not seem the result of a dramatic, sudden cognitive change. For example, ochre, the use of red pigment started 500,000, perhaps 300,000, with an increase around 320,000, and a larger increase around 160,000, as shown by the study of a database created by German colleagues, and then we have bone tools, beads, and so on. Also, I go there in a field which is not mine, but it is clear that the differences seen in the past between Neanderthal and modern humans have been accentuated in the past. These were seen as, for example, different species that could not, due to their morphological differences, could not have any genetic exchange, while now we know that, in fact, this genetic exchange was quite systematic. And the last paper suggested it already occurred 250,000 years ago. So we are not just facing an exchange of gene between Neanderthal and modern human and Denisovan and Neanderthal, but probably also a complex network of genetic and cultural exchange. At the point that in some paper it's been shown that some phenotypic character of our brain case, in fact, all of us, because you are all European, in fact, come from interbreeding with Neanderthal. And because we see many innovation, I would say the presentation by Chris Stringer of the Bruniquel is an understatement compared with what we know about symbolic behavior and complex use of complex technology by Neanderthal. We do not only have this evidence, but we also have use of pigment. For example, the publication of Terra Mata ochre is 380,000 years ago, and there are many pieces of ochre which have traces of modification. Use of mastic, engraving, abstract pattern on cave wall, possible use of feather and raptor talons as personal ornament, primary burial. There are many more primary burial in Europe than in all Africa, in which we only have, in fact, 4. So it is very difficult to attribute this innovation in Africa to a simple and momentaneous biological change, because we see many of these innovations. Of course, I accept that Neanderthal and modern human are different species. I'm an archaeologist. I have to build my reasoning on my own result, and when I look at the archaeological evidence, I don't see that many differences between modern human, particularly modern human of 100,000 years ago or 200,000 years ago in Africa, and what Neanderthal have done. So the synthesis that I'm drawing with implication for the origin of musical practices, and that the empirical evidence contradicts the hypothesis of an origin of modern human cognition produced by the sudden or the gradual emergence of a cultural package to a biological change. We observe instead an heterogenic multi-origin asynchronous pattern with no single epicenter in Africa, encompassing fossils, different fossil species other than anatomical modern humans. And very importantly, I think that we observe, as has been pointed out by Eleanor Sherry and Manuel Will, a gradual decoupling after 300,000 years ago in the relationship between morphology and cognition, indicated that the main driver became cultural niche construction rather than natural selection. So this pushed me to favor the third scenario, which is a long chronology with origin and evolution of musical practices resulting from a long-term process of niche construction started around 400,000 years ago. I don't see many contradictions with what we know about on the brain data. Let's say there is no reason when we look at brain data to think that the 400, 500,000 years ago, the modern vocal and perceptual versatility of complexity to human and the emergence did exist. And also, this was a point that was already well made by Emiliano Brunner in his presentation. Embodiment and musical training change dramatically, structurally, and functional our brain. So is be involved in the production of music and being trained really is changing our so we have to give a lot of weight to that. And this is what we did in 2 or 3 papers in which we, with a philosopher from Rome, Ivan Collaget, in which we proposed that, of course, biology is important, but in our view, what is more important is cultural exaptation. By exaptation, we mean the use of an innovation for a different purpose. Teaching, in a very broad sense, not just the teaching that we know with the school, and what we call cultural neural reuse, which are the structural and functional modifications that occur in the brain during the life of the individual. And we think that we can investigate this by this scheme. I'm not going into detail, but we can look at past material culture as the result of different mode of combined mode of cultural transmission. This is something we are working on now. Okay, so now we know that, at least for me, the third scenario is the more reliable. But for that scenario, we have very little archaeological evidence, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do here is to create an archaeological model. Very often biology talk about animal model to understand what happened with human, but I'm trying to use a personal ornament as an archaeological model, as an archaeological proxy to try and understand and speculate about the evolution of musical practices. So you have to know, if you are not especially, that in fact beads like musical instrument was considered a result of the revolution taking place in Europe 40,000 years ago. But now we know that the situation is much more complex, that in fact beads were created I mean, the earliest that we have now come from Morocco, and they are 140,000 years old. In the first phase, only simple species were used as beads. These beads were also covered with pigment, were also heated in the reductive environment to make them black. And I don't go into detail, but in a paper that has come out a few weeks ago, I have proposed a multi-step evolutionary scenario for the culturalization of the human body, starting 500, perhaps 300,000 years ago, with the use of pigment. And as I was mentioning, we see that pigment, this is a graph of the 25,000 pieces of pigment that come from 86 Middle Stone Age sites from Africa. So we see a gradual increase in the use of pigment. After that, we have the collection of shells that now have at several sites, followed by the use of natural perforated shells or artificially perforated shells, ostrich eggshell bead, and after 42,000 years ago in Eurasia, an explosion of very different type of beads made of different raw material. And we think that this evolution is the archaeological tip of an iceberg of other type of body modification like tattooing, scarification, and so on, that left very little archaeological trace and led to even more complexification of the technology and the social role involved in the culturalization. We find support, I mean, in part support, of this scenario with the work that we have done with neuroscientists from the University of Bordeaux, in which we organize an experiment to try and see what are the areas of the brain that are involved in the perception and social attribution. So we found that, in fact, there are many social attribution based on the culturalization of the human face. It's a very complex cognitive task involved in many areas of the brain. And we see that as the possible last stage evolution of a very long evolution in the way in which the brain, more area of the brain have been involved in parallel with the complexification of the messages and the technology used to express this different symbolic code. Okay, so what are my expectations? So what I would say, what I gain from everything that I've just said so far. What are my expectations for the origins of musical practices and tradition? My expectation is that we see a long process of niche construction, that blame plasticity and fixation of advantageous innovation by natural selection, a language, musical practices, and perception co-evolution, a sequence of cultural exaptation, new strategies of cultural transmission, allowing the maintenance of new practices, so the teaching in different form, a gradual process of self-domestication that have increased the cooperation, has increased cooperation and reduced conflicts, an increasing social complexity, an asynchronous evolution including loss of innovation, because we are not in the framework of a continuous process toward civilization, and the persistence of early musical practices in more recent phases. So in these 5 minutes, I will explain you what are my nine evolutionary step scenario for the origin and evolution of musical practices. So the first phase is a phase in which the diverse human population engage in musical practices characterized by singing, dancing, and use of natural percussion instruments such as lithophone. So the pigment hues represent the material culture counterpart of this phase. In the second phase, you will see a regionalization of musical practices by selecting and modifying specific, including exotic, raw material. You can see here the key A means in the archaeological jargon, 1,000 years, just for you to know. Okay, so we have a third phase which suggests an evolving complexity in the production of musical instruments. So fully modern language co-evolve with musical production and perception, and specific modes of cultural transmission emerge for musical practices. A fourth phase So with musical instruments that were crafted from diverse raw material, including wood, bone, mastic, gravel, calabashes, and some instruments or part of them were fully shaped with dedicated techniques. A fifth phase in which we have the emergence of musicians. So the musician also get a good understanding of the pitch and sound dynamics. The musician's social role is recognized and possibly attached to other social roles. Musical practices are recognized as an inherent part of the community's spiritual activities. And the explosion of ornament types is a proxy for this phase, in my view. The sixth phase is with the advent of production economy, the natural spaces such as cave were already integrated into the musical practices in the Paleolithic. However, sedentarization and increased cooperation led to the creation of artificial sound spaces linked to the land and to new religious belief. The seventh phase is the advent of craft specialization, which means that we have a social role, which is the production of musical instruments. The musician receives support and resources to refine their skills, leading to the emergence of official social role training and the ensuing development of specialized and shared structural and functional network in the brain associated with musical performance and expression. The eighth phase is is the one characterized by the first musical notation, with the invention and gradual refinement of musical notation, revolutionized the preservation and transmission of musical knowledge. This phase saw the formalization of musical composition through written notation, enabling the precise documentation and dissemination of complex musical ideas and structure. I don't go. Now we have come to the ninth phase, which is the one that we are living now. Is the last step in the evolution of musical practice is characterized by the artificial reproduction of music, which has significantly impacted the creation, distribution, and consumption of music in most contemporary society. With the advent of recording technology and digital platforms, the reproduction of music has undergone a transformative shift, revolutionizing the accessibility and preservation of musical work. So the implication of this step, but we hope that we will discuss this in the discussion session this afternoon, in my view, are a breaking of the spatial and temporal links between the performer and the consumer, a change in the nature of the self-domestication process, a possible decoupling of language and music co-evolution, and the changing the very concept of musical tradition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry for rushing you towards the end. We have time for one question. And Nick's got his hand up. So Nick, take this microphone here. Don't take this. You can share the microphone between you two.
Well, I'll jump ahead a little bit with my talk. I think all of the things you described are already present at the beginnings of Upper Paleolithic music, but we'll discuss that later. But of all people, to say, I thought when you were saying in Istritz, the flutes and the instruments have markings, and that connects with something to do with the music. Of all people in the world, to say that you would say notation only comes a couple thousand years ago, that surprises me, and I wonder if you could elaborate on that, since you have studied notation so much.
Well, I'm not saying, most of what I presented is unpublished. I'm not saying that all the Istritz flute have notation on them. In number of cases, you just have a very symmetric position of notches and the incision that may suggest that this would be just a symbolic decoration. But in this specific object that I show, I see something different. In fact, Istritz, yes. The one that I show is from Istritz. Yeah, but in fact, that I say, I'm not saying that these are notation. I think that they are a symbolic marking that they link with musical production. I think before we reach the idea that is a notation, we probably have to do some more work. But there are some elements that show that it's not just a symbolic notation. The fact that there are different sets, that these sets are not symmetrically located on the object. As you see, there are some, we can come back to the image, but there are some that are not just accumulated obliquely. These large, long set of Y-shaped incision are just on one side. So the final product is not a product in which you can recognize a decoration on it. Its look as these, some incision look as they were made by a cutting edge, some other by a point. So it's very possible that the different sets were accumulated on the object over time. And this goes well with a very prolonged use of the musical instrument that we identify, and we may in the future even quantify with confocal microscopy and parallel experimentation. So we may perhaps in the future even try to understand for how long this object was used, and perhaps support the idea that it was an object that was transmitted from one initiate, from one musician to another. So there is a whole world to explore there, I think. I don't know whether I answered your question. So, but I'm not saying that these are music, but certainly something that is connected with the musical practice.
We need to move on now because we're a little bit behind our schedule, and we've got lots more to hear. So thank you so much. Now let me introduce our next speaker today, and that is Professor Andrea Ravenani. And Andrea is one of the most exciting, I'll say younger, compared to some of us, academics on the scene at the moment. He has recently moved to become Professor of Psychology at La Sapienza in Rome. And psychology doesn't do him justice because he works in neuroscience, he works in experimental psychology, he works in ethology, having worked with apes, seals most notably. So it's an immense pleasure to invite Andrea to give us a presentation which is entitled The Origins of Rhythm. Would you like this?
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's such an honor to be introduced by you. Let's see if sounds work. Yes. Okay, well, thanks so much for being here today. The work I will present is joint work with about 30 amazing and very talented colleagues, some of which are my former research group at the Max Planck Institute in Nijmegen. And I think a big thank you goes also to the bodies that have been funding my research. And of course, two more thank yous. One to the organizers for inviting me here, and also one to all of you for still being here right before lunch when the sugar in your blood is down. So I will ask you to do a slightly interactive part. Please play along with me. But let's start with some serious science. So this came out in a newspaper recently, right? And I hope like the Ig Nobel Prize, it's something that first makes you laugh and then makes you think, right? Why does it make you laugh and think? Well, we see that something that is much closer to a dinosaur than to a human being can imitate Spanish very, very easily and fluently. And hopefully this kind of, by the end of my talk, I will have convinced you that comparative animal research can be one of the many tools that we can use to study the origins and evolution of human cognition. In this particular case, the origins and evolution of human music and rhythm. And how do we do that? So what I like to use as a tool is what I call the biocentric Lego comparative approach. So we take a complex trait like music or even rhythm, and we decompose it in its constituent components. And then we look and we search for those in other species, right? If we were to decompose something into 100 components and we were to find 99 in chimpanzees, then that will tell us something, right? we're studying cognition. Cognition and the brain does not fossilize, but we can use this comparative approach, and we can look for homologies and analogies. So let me introduce you, most of you will know that, convergent evolution. Convergent evolution is when similar pressure gives rise to similar traits. So if you think about flying animals, bats, birds, some insects, they all have wings, they all fly, but their last common ancestor, their common great-great-great-grandfather, did not have wings. So similar pressures to fly gave rise to similar structures. And you can do that also for musical traits, right? So like Henk-Jan Honig suggested, you can look at different species, and one of these traits could be timbre, another one is absolute pitch or rhythm, and so on and so forth, and build the tree of life of musicality, right? Usually this work is done mostly in great apes, because, you know, they're our closest cousins. I will also talk a bit about great apes today, but I will show you some data from other species, quite unusual, right? And hopefully by the end of the talk, you will think that I'm not completely crazy for studying, for instance, primates that are not even monkeys or seals. What are we going to talk about today? First of all, I think everybody has an intuition of what rhythm is, but nobody defines it very often. So I will try to find together a definition of rhythm using our minds, brains, and bodies. Then we will look for rhythm in singing primates, in chimpanzees, and in seals. So, what is rhythm? Rhythm is definitely something that fascinates me because it's really pervasive, right? So we can find it, of course, in music, in dance, in conversation, sports, group behavior in humans, and so on and so forth. And the big question that keeps me up at night is, why do we have rhythm? So I'm not talking about a cultural artifact, that's also very important, but I'm talking about rhythmicity. So all the biological, cognitive, psychological, neural substrates that allow us to produce, process, perceive, synchronize to rhythmic patterns. The thing is, there are many definitions out there of rhythm, and there are also many hypotheses of how rhythm might have evolved in our species. And some, I think, are fairly easy to discard, like, for instance, the heart rate that is rhythmic would have given us rhythm. But I think there are 4 that are particularly valid ones, because they connect to traits that at some point our ancestors acquired. And here I ask for the help of my colleagues that know much more about human recent history as opposed to the last 300 million years. So we knew that at some point we acquired a capacity to learn new sounds called vocal learning, what the parrot was also doing. We engaged in some form of coordinated group singing. We had pretty good breathing control, much better than the one we find in other mammals. And at some point, we developed a regular bipedal gait. And the fun thing is that all these 4 traits connect to hypotheses for the origins of rhythmicity in our own species. So one could simply test individual hypotheses, but isn't it much more fun to test hypotheses against each other? So to make hypotheses compete, let's say this is a 4-dimensional space in which we can place different animals, different species, and see how much they rank in each dimension, right? So I give you an example. Chimpanzees are here, they do not sing, but they have a decent breathing control, right? And then we can see, well, if chimpanzees have developed rhythmic capacities, then that lends support for the breathing hypothesis, but against the singing hypothesis, right? So I'm talking about co-occurrence of traits. Great. Now, going back to the building blocks. What are the building blocks of rhythm? And here I'm only mentioning some of them. I'm making a bit of a sketch. But at least, to do rhythm, you need at least 4 traits. One is pattern perception, right? Second one is percussive behavior. Synchrony, something that people usually call rhythm, but actually it's a sub-module of rhythm. And integer ratios. This is very abstract, right? So now I ask your help to embody these 4 traits. Perfect. For the first part of the experiment, I ask you all to raise your hands, please, raise your hands, and lower them the moment you recognize the rhythmic pattern, okay? Excellent. So you can do pattern perception, and you can do it very, very quickly. So in about 1 or 2 seconds, you manage to match this pattern, stomp, stomp, clap, to a pattern you heard maybe yesterday, maybe 4 years ago when the movie on Queen came out. How amazing is that? How amazing is the human brain? Okay, so for the second step, I ask you also a very easy task, simply to do the stomp, stomp, clap. So, excellent. So you can also produce percussive behavior as human beings. Now, let's combine the two. For the synchrony entrainment, I will play the stomp, stomp, clap, and I will ask you to synchronize to it, okay? Excellent. So what you just did is not obvious. It's not obvious for most animals out there. Predictive synchronization is a really distinctive human trait. And I'll tell you more. We are so propense to synchronize that when I asked you to do the percussion task, I didn't ask you to synchronize, but nonetheless you did synchronize, right? So we have this incredible tendency to synchronize with sound that we need to explain biologically, neurally, culturally, I don't know, but we need to explain it, right? For the fourth and slightly more complex one, I will use a tool that people studying sounds use. This is a spectrogram. So time is on the X dimension, the frequency of the sound is on the vertical dimension, and how loud a sound is the shades of gray. So what does integer ratio mean? That if you were to take some Lego blocks, this is the representation of stomp, stomp, clap. If you were to take temporal Lego blocks and put them in there, you would get 1 unit, and then 2 units. So basically, the time between one stomp and one stomp is quantized, is 1 unit, but the time between a clap and the next stomp is exactly 2 units. We give it for granted, but it really helps music processing. And again, it's not so obvious. Until 3 years ago, it had only been found in birds. So now with this, we put these building blocks in our backpack, and we go on a journey. So we'll travel first to the rainforest of Madagascar, and then to the North Sea of the Netherlands, where some potentially interesting animals for human musicalities live. Let's look at singing primates. Singing in primates is really rare. So chimpanzees don't do it, bonobos don't do it, but some other primates do it. Apparently, one of the farthest away from us, so the giant singing lemur Indri Indri, does it in the forest of Madagascar and exhibits this multi-part choir, right? So I'll play the sound for you. So, and if you're ever in the Malagasy rainforest, it's incredibly beautiful and loud. It's 100 dB sound pressure level, so it's really intense. So while collaborating with my colleagues in Turin and listening to these recordings, I heard something rhythmic, right? And I said, could it be that time is quantized for them? So what we did some acoustic analysis. So these little things that you see here are the notes. Oops. So they are individual notes as part of a chorus. And you can see that this looks like, could it be that you can fit 1 unit of time there? Well, yes, you define what 1 unit of time is, and then the next one. And then between that note and the next, you can actually fit 2, right? So we found evidence, the first evidence in any mammal, that in their song, like in our song, time is quantized. And of course, we don't do science with, hey, how many blocks can I fit, right? We do statistics, so we compute actually the time between one note and the next, and the time and the next, and we divide one by the other. So if you find 0.5, it means that 2 elements have the same duration. 0.3 is one double the other, and so on and so forth. So without getting into details, you look at this graph, and if the lemurs were just singing no matter what, whatever, you would see a curve like the blue one. But what we see is a three-peak curve, which you would exactly see if you were to take the Stomp Stomp Clap by Queen, you would exactly see that graph, right? I think it's quite impressive. So yeah, we did some statistical analysis. It's just right before lunch, so I won't bore you with that. But in our list, to our list of the building blocks of rhythm, who has what, we can add the singing indri, at least to the integer ratios. Okay, are there other singing primates? Well, it turns out that, like my colleague mentioned, lesser apes, gibbons and siamangs do sing both solo, they sing both solo songs and in pairs, right? So this is a lar gibbon, and what we measure, we did the same graphs, and we measured the time, again, between one note and the next, and we saw that they're like metronomes. So if you were to record a clock or a metronome, it would look exactly like that. And then we did the same with 3 more gibbon species, and again, we saw something very similar. So they seem to really place the notes in time as a musician rehearsing at year -1 of conservative, like even before that, would place the note like Bach, right? All the notes are very predictable. However, they're not completely predictable, because what happens if we look at what gibbons do in interaction? So here, they trade off how regular they are with how well they can synchronize with the other. In particular, it's the female gibbon that orchestrates everything, hooray. And we see that the more predictable, the more isochronous they become, the more they manage to overlap with each other. And that's also, I don't have time to show a video of them, but that's also a beautiful show to look at them singing. So we could add, I would say we can add gibbons to the pattern perception, and again, integer ratio, list of things. There is also, the first speaker today mentioned some work we did in orangutans, and there is also something like that. I don't have time to talk about that, but we also found something like that in orangutans, plus something similar to recursion. How about chimpanzees, our closest living relatives? So one thing that is quite noticeable, and at least 2 studies have looked at that, is that chimpanzees show spontaneous percussive behavior, both in the wild and in captivity. So they look for resonant objects, and then they incorporate them as part of also a vocal display. And there is this study that we did about drumming transmission in, well, percussive behavior transmission in chimpanzees. This is a rare case of a mother chimpanzee and a baby chimpanzee, and the mother chimpanzee is cracking nuts, so it has to do with 2 views. And look at what baby chimpanzee does. So something is happening there, right? But again, like for the indri, we cannot just say something is happening. We need some sort of quantification, some numbers. So what we did, we went frame by frame in these videos, and we looked at the time series of their movements, right? So imagine you're moving in time and tracking the movements of your hand happening in time. And what we saw, we used a technique originally developed in econometrics, Granger causality, to show that if you know what the mother is doing, you can better predict the future actions of the little one, but not vice versa. So here there is, I think we can say there is some evidence for percussive behavior in chimpanzees, and even potentially learned percussive behavior very carefully, right? So there is something there when it comes to percussion. How about other things like entrainment? Well, so we did a study with these 2 chimpanzees. We analyzed a lot of videos. They are at the zoo in the United States. Look what they do. So they seem to be extremely synchronized, right? But there is a key point. They're always in physical contact, right? So, I mean, if I move this microphone like that, you can say that this part is synchronized with this one, but it's one physical system. So it doesn't need to go through the brain. You could observe that in many cases. So there is something there in chimpanzees, but it can easily explain, the Killjoy explanation is that it's one physical system. So I think while we can say that chimpanzees show percussive behavior, I think it would be very premature to say that they can synchronize. And actually, that could be a discontinuity between us and them. Now, let's talk about seals. And you might be wondering, why? Well, it all starts with one of the 4 hypotheses that I presented at the beginning. Professor Ani Patel, in 2006, suggested that there might be, both within humans and across species, a link between our capacities to learn sounds, like we do when learning speech, or like we do when singing, and our capacity to synchronize to the beat. This was 2006, and then 2009, there was the wonderful example of Snowball, the cockatoo. Cockatoo is a parrot, so parrots learn sounds, as we know, and Snowball was doing this. Notice in particular the BPM. Now it will change very soon. So crucially, I mean, the BPM was faster, parrot was moving faster, slower, slower, which is very important, right? Then we can argue how well Snowball was synchronizing, but it was impressive because until 2008, armchair researchers were saying, I reckon humans are the only species that can synchronize, and then Snowball came in. So the story of Snowball, who's a vocal learner and can do rhythm, inspired me to look further, right? Again, birds are very far away from us, and my question was, are there other mammals, first of all, that are vocal learners, and then can we look into their rhythmic capacities? And it turns out it's really weird. There are very few taxonomic groups, apart from us, that have the right neural machinery to do vocal learning. So just to state things very clearly, our capacity to learn sounds is not due to the anatomy, okay? It's due to the very fine-tuned neural connections that we have. If you were to do a Frankenstein experiment and take a chimpanzee, remove the brain, and put a human brain, the chimpanzee would speak, to make the story short, right? But what are the mammalian vocal learners? They are not those that you would expect, because there are bats, elephants, and seals. So I was deciding how to move on and which mammals to study for my research, and I decided to study seals because you'll all agree they are the cutest ones. But there is also some scientific reasons, right? So at the time, I was looking into research done in the past few years, and dating back to 1985, there was this story of a harbor seal pup. So harbor seal pup is defenseless, 5 kilograms of a dog looking like dog thingy that needs their mommy. So Hoover was orphaned, was rescued by a fisherman in New England who would talk to him like a dog, right? Say, hey Hoover, how are you? Come over here. So far so good, until Hoover, you know, they're born, they weigh 5 kilograms, they get to 100 kilograms. You cannot keep them at home. So Hoover had to move to the New England Aquarium in Boston, where upon hitting sexual maturity, Hoover started addressing the visitors of the aquarium like this. So what did we just hear? So that was a seal imitating human speech, right? Even some people from the northeast of the United States, they even say, it sounds pretty much like a drunk fisherman from that area, right? So this is very impressive. Again, not because it's speech, but you can be darn sure that hello, come over here doesn't belong to the natural repertoire of a seal, so it must be learned. So with this interesting news in mind, this fact from 30 years ago, I said, I definitely need to study seals. And where are seals? Where they're in the North Sea within Europe. So, and you probably all know the Netherlands, Amsterdam, the party and stuff, and I decided to actually move here in a village of 200 people, where, however, there are lots of seal pups being rescued and rehabilitated, ready to go back into the wild. So that gave me an opportunity to study somehow wild animals while in semi-controlled conditions. And I don't have time to retell you all the experiments, but first of all, typical harbor seal pup does not sound like Hoover, unsurprisingly. So, very different. And I use the opportunity to say that everything I'm talking about today has to do with sound and structure. It has nothing to do with meaning, okay? So I look at the capacities to perceive, produce sounds, but meaning is a very complex thing, right? Already, if I say rhythm, what I mean by rhythm and what you mean by rhythm can be very different. Imagine with other species. So, but since all the time people ask me, what do these seals mean when they sound like that? I think a tentative translation could be that.
Lewis.
So these sounds are produced by the seal pups for their mothers, and they go on all day long to call their mommy, right? So no referentiality, no deep meaning, it's just a signal. It's a signal, however, that can be learned, modified, if you have the right neural pathway. So, for instance, to give you an example, what we saw in the seal pups that were put in the same quarantine, Mojito sounded like a typical harbor seal pup, like this. And then he was paired up in the same quarantine with Jan, who sounded a bit like a weirdo, like that. So, quite different. After 1 week together, Mojito started sounding like this. You realize very similar to Jan. So, at 2 weeks of age, we saw in harbor seal pups something that chimpanzees cannot do even after years of training. And these experiments were done in the 70s, right? There were people with chimpanzees at home trying to move the lips of chimpanzees to teach them how to speak. So there must be something special in their brains or in their evolutionary history to give them this plasticity. So let's dive into rhythm. Which kind of rhythmic capacities can we find in harbor seals? Well, we designed some experiments really at the boundary of, let's say, zoology, behavioral ecology, but also human cognitive neuroscience. So we took sounds from other seal pups, and these were our nodes, if you allow the term, and then we built sequences out of those. So as you can see here, a sequence can be faster or slower. It can have longer units and shorter silences, or, well, shorter units and longer silences, or longer units and shorter silences. Crucially, it can be very regular, so very predictable, or very regular. And what we saw, well, we used a technique that is also used with human babies in cognitive developmental psychology, so head turns. So you see whether the animal is surprised by something or pays attention to something, right? And then you look at the difference between conditions and you infer whether there is something different happening in their heads. It's a very crude technique, I agree, but it works, and we are working toward developing less crude techniques. By the way, we don't put seals in boxes for experiments. This seal is there waiting to be released back into the wild, and we have half an hour to run an experiment, and we run an experiment. And what we see by looking at behavioral variables is that all three rhythmic features affect the looking behavior of the seal, while other spectral feature, like for instance the sex of the emitter, does not. So, thanks so much. So good so far for the production, for the perception. How about the production? Can they produce rhythmic sounds? Can they synchronize? And here what we do is we generate a track. Let's say the seal at the top produces these three sounds, and we might wonder, when will the one at the bottom vocalize? In sync with the first call or after? And then we substitute the seal with a loudspeaker. We trick the baby seal into thinking there is another seal, and we see when reacts. What's the rhythm of reaction? And it sounds a bit like that. You will hear first the playback, the virtual seal, and then the response. So you will all agree with me that this is not synchrony. This is not what we see in human dance or in human music. It's more like turn-taking. It's more like avoidance, right? And that's, so we did some analysis, some detailed analysis, and that's exactly what we see. So if you imagine that the playback, this is like a fast-moving clock, right? The playback happens at 0 time. At 90 degrees, the seal responds, no matter the tempo. This is very important. So if it's a very fast repetition, the seal would respond after 100 milliseconds. If it's very slow, after 400 milliseconds. And then we played with all possible variables to see how they can interact, how much the social dimension plays a role. You can have, well, you can have all possible combination, a seal going solo, 2 seals interacting, a seal interacting with the loudspeaker, and the take-home message, the most important thing is that it makes a difference whether it's a solo pup or 2 pups interacting. So there is a relative rhythmicity, so they can perceive and produce the timing of interactions. We have also looked at percussion in these animals. I'll show you this little video. And look at how they do percussion, which I think is quite relevant to the discussions that we had today, also about building tools, right? I mean, imagine their affordances. They are kebabs with dog heads, so they don't have a lot of room to build tools. Yeah, it's just a start, but we found also some social dimensions. So we built a network of who slaps towards whom, and there seems to be a social dimension to that. So in a nutshell, these animals show rhythm perception and production, this kind of anti-synchronous turn-taking, and some percussive behavior. And most importantly, it's the first evidence in a mammal for a link between learning sounds and having rhythmic capacities. I'm not saying that hypothesis is the final one, but so we can add seals to the list, and I think of all, like the take-home message, I think that we need to, that each subcomponent of rhythm can be found in at least another species, right? So the full package maybe is uniquely human, but all these Lego blocks are spread not only in apes, not only in primates, but beyond, right? And what this says for the evolution of music, maybe we can talk during the discussion, but evolution doesn't work out of nothing, right? It repurposes previous things. So maybe that's what happened in our species. What's next? Oh yeah, so what's next, just very quickly. We're also looking into the brain. We're doing DTI, which is a technique to image the white matter. So not the cities, but the roads that connect the different areas, because I think that's where neuroscience is moving towards, right? We're also looking into cetaceans, which are also mammals. They, by convergent evolution, they developed structures that allow potentially some musicality features. Maybe some of you have heard about the humpback whale song. And I don't know if there is time for a 1-minute video before I wrap up. Last video. So I talk so much about sound, right? And I think it's really important to remember that communication is multimodal. Music is multimodal. So here I will show you, after talking about sounds in baby seals, I will show you the first swim of Elmo and Cookie Monster that see water. They're 1 week old. They see water for the first time. And I invite you to be ethologists and look at their many levels of behavior. So if there are master students or PhD students in the audience, I've recently started my lab in Rome, and I have some grants, mostly working on vocal production and rhythm. So please do get in touch with me. This is my contact information, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. We are behind time, but we're going to have 2 quick questions, okay? So, again, succinct question, succinct answer.
Very, very quick question.
Sure.
If you go back to music now, the classical categorization is rhythm, melody, and harmony, as you know. Now, how obligatory is rhythm? How do you recognize it into the real music, which contains also harmony and melody?
So I think they're all very, very important components, and I'm just dissecting them along different dimensions. So I think melody, harmony, timbre are equally important, but I'm focusing, like my PhD supervisor 8 years ago told me, you have to focus on mostly one thing, and I'm focusing mostly on that. I think, on the other hand, that rhythm can be a really nice temporal grid to structure other behaviors, right? So maybe could have a tiny primacy, but I think it's quite important, yeah, as a temporal grid, if that makes sense.
Well, really fascinating, thank you. I was less impressed by the chimpanzee that were falling one to the other, because I think that chimpanzees have mirror neurons as we have. And so I was more impressed by the other examples, for instance, the last video that you showed us. And I was wondering if seals also have mirror neurons, and apart that you have ongoing experiments, if you have traced somewhere where is the part of the brain that responds to a vocal signal or a movement.
Thank you very much. So very quickly, we are looking into the brain. Also, we have been developing over the last 2 years a non-invasive EEG setup for seals that we're trying to pilot. So to really start, of course, you cannot see location well with that. I don't know whether we'll be able to do fMRI one day with seals, again, non-invasively and without bothering the animals. But to go to your previous questions, I'm also not very impressed by the chimpanzees. So I did chimpanzee work for my PhD, and then I moved on because I think for these kind of questions, other species that are not chimpanzees can tell us more paradoxically than our closest living relatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our last speaker before we break for lunch is Laura Ferreri. Unfortunately, she can't be with us today, but we have a pre-recorded presentation, and then she's going to join us by Zoom afterwards for questions. Laura is in the Department of Brain and Behavioural Sciences at Pavia University, and I think she's the only scientist I know who's combining neuroscience with pharmacological processes. So it's a hugely interesting research. So I think we can launch her presentation.
Good morning,
now.
everybody. I am Laura Ferreri, and first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for having invited me. I'm really, really sorry not to be able to be with you today because I'm a bit sick, but I'm also very happy to be part of this beautiful symposium. So today I'm going to talk about musical pleasure and its influence on human memory, and I will try to provide both theoretical and experimental evidence. I will start with a very general and simple but also quite difficult question, which is why as humans do we listen to music? Why do we engage in musical activities in our daily life? One of the aims of this symposium is to explore and investigate whether and how music is present since ever in our evolution as human beings and not only, and how is it possible that it is present in every society and culture. in the sense that it would be difficult to imagine to discover a new culture tomorrow and not finding any sign of musical activities. And this is something that actually we can also observe from a more ontogenetic perspective, because we know that baby's brain, since the very first hours of life and probably even before, is able to respond specifically to music, to different musical phrases, melodies, and musical contour. And we know that this ability we have to respond to music and enjoy music is something that we can find throughout our entire life. And we have many evidence showing that music can promote well-being and the quality of life also in older adults population. So more generally, we can say that during our entire lifespan as human beings, we mainly listen to music as a way to modulate our emotions. So basically, we listen to music because we think that music can improve our mood, can help us in avoiding negative thoughts, in feeling or re-feeling emotions through memories that we associate to a particular song, and this will be something particularly important for us today. But also we use music to feel less isolated or more connected with the others. And in order to provide a concrete example in this sense, I will just show to you this image. So probably many of you are familiar with this kind of images. This is an image taken in spring 2020 during the lockdown on some Italian balcony. And this is what actually was happening. So during the first lockdown in 2020, because of COVID-19 pandemics, people started going on their balconies and do something musical, so do musical activities, playing, singing, and so on, as a way probably to feel more connected and face the negative consequence of the pandemic. So exactly in this period, we decided with some colleagues to investigate actually what was happening on the balconies. So we conducted an online study in which we used a survey and asked to more than 1,000 people from Italy, Spain, and the United States to respond to a series of questions regarding their musical activities, pre-lockdown but also during the lockdown, and we compared that to other rewarding activities such as cooking, sport, media, sex, and drugs. And we also measured through self-reported measures their depression, anxiety, and stress during the lockdown, and more generally their relationship with music. So what we found as main results was that music activities were actually crucial for people for facing the negative consequences of the pandemic. As first important results, we highlighted that music listening increased during the lockdown as compared to before. And we also found that the higher was the impact of the COVID in people's lives, the higher was also their engagement in musical activities during the lockdown. Also, we found that when compared to other rewarding activities such as cooking, sport, and so on, music appeared to be among the most effective to face the crisis, and also always appearing in this top 3 or of the most helpful activities for facing the lockdown. And also we found that something important, that the higher was the engagement in musical activities during the lockdown, the lower were also the depressive symptoms reported by the participants. So suggesting that actually music was a real strategy for facing this negative and global crisis that we were living in that period. So all of these actually confirm that music has a strong emotional power, and this emotional power goes with the fact that we usually define music as one of the most pleasurable or also rewarding experiences in our life. So we like music very much, we enjoy listening to music and making musical experience, and we seek for music, we are motivated in having music in our life. So starting from this, we can go through the next main question of this talk, which is this music reward, and more specifically, which are the neural substrates of music reward. This image represents chills, or that we can have on our arms, or shivers and frissons in our body that actually we can associate when listening to music to the intense feeling of pleasure. And these chills actually are associated to specific physiological responses. So we know that when we feel intense pleasure in response to music, we also have an increase in heart rate, an increase in respiratory rate, and in skin conductance or electrodermal activity. And what is interesting is that these physiological responses are usually also associated to specific neural responses. And in particular, we know that anticipating the musical pleasure while listening to music or the peaks of musical pleasure are associated with the activation of the so-called mesolimbic dopaminergic reward system, which is formed by crucial regions activated by reward stimuli in our lives, such as food or money, but also by more abstract rewards, such as music. And we found, for example, the activation of the caudate, the putamen, and the nucleus accumbens. What's interesting is that we also know that we have intersubjective variability in these kind of activations, because when speaking about musical pleasure, we should consider that not everybody likes music, and not everybody likes music in the same way. In the general population, we can find a small percentage of people who are the so-called musical anhedonics, that feel no pleasure or very low pleasure in response to music, and they are not motivated by having music in their own life. When looking at their brain activations while listening to music, we found that the musical anhedonia is associated to a decreased activation actually of the dopaminergic reward system during music listening. So anhedonics show less activations in nucleus accumbens, for example, when compared to hedonics or musical hyperhedonics. Another important thing when thinking about pleasure and musical pleasure is that when we talk about music and reward, we don't talk only about pleasure, but also about the motivation we can have to reach and obtain a certain stimulus in our life. And this has been showed by studies investigating musical reward responses to music, who actually highlighted how the higher the pleasure and the neurophysiological responses in our brain, the more also the participants were willing to spend money for actually obtaining musical excerpts and having the music they were listening to in their own life. So we are dealing here with the activation of an ancient and survival-related system that is usually regulated by the dopaminergic transmission. And starting from this kind of results, we started wondering which were actually the neurochemical and underpinning mechanisms of this phenomenon regulating the musical pleasure and motivation. We conducted a study, and more specifically a double-blind within-subject pharmacological study, in which we already administered to participants levodopa, which is a dopamine precursor in our brain, risperidone, which is a dopamine receptor antagonist, and placebo, that in our case was lactose. And we did this while subjects were listening to music that could be represented by their favorite songs or experimenter selected pop rock songs. And for each song, we asked participants to provide the continuous ratings of the musical pleasure they were experiencing. So we had a measure of their hedonic responses, from no pleasures to intense pleasure or chills. And we also measured the physiological measures associated to these chills, which is electrodermal activity or skin conductance. And then for what concerns the experimenter selected music, so music that was not already part of the playlists of our participant, we also measured their motivational responses by asking them whether they were willing to spend money and how much money they were willing to spend for obtaining a given excerpt. So we found important results here in terms of the role played by this ancient and crucial dopaminergic transmission. Basically, we found that stimulating and blocking the dopaminergic system could bidirectionally modulate the pleasure felt during music listening, as it is synthesized on this graph, in which you can see that under risperidone, when compared to placebo, we observed a decrease in chills reported by participants, while under levodopa, so the precursor of dopamine, increasing the dopaminergic transmission, we had also an increase in the pleasurable responses to music. And we also found that this went together with a modulation of the psychophysiological measure of the emotional arousal, so the electrodermal activity, where again we found that this was lower under risperidone and higher during under levodopa administration. And interestingly, we also found exactly the same pattern for the motivational responses. So we saw a decrease respectively and with the risperidone and an increase under levodopa of the monetary value associated to music. So participants were willing to spend more money when under levodopa than when under risperidone. So when their dopaminergic transmission was actually decreased. So this is important because it shows for the first time that we have a causal role played by the dopaminergic transmission in the pleasure and the motivation we feel in response to music. This kind of findings confirms actually that there is an adaptive neurospecialization that allows us to process music as something rewarding for our life. So one of the questions possibly raising from this kind of studies is not whether there is a neurospecialization in our brain that processes music as something pleasant and rewarding, but why does our brain process it as such? Of course, the answer to this question is not easy and it's very complex, but one possible direction we can take from here is to try to understand whether the pleasure we feel while listening to music is something important per se, simply, or whether it can have an effect also on other cognitive functions and maybe higher cognitive functions. So in this last part of the presentation, I would focus on this possible relationship between pleasure and memory. In order to do so, it's important as a first step to go back to what's happening in terms of neurons, and more specifically at a synaptic level, where we know that dopamine transmission is able to do something very important, because the dopaminergic transmission at a synaptic level is able to strengthen the so-called long-term potentiation in the hippocampus, and we know that the long-term potentiation is actually crucial for the formation of our memories. So the higher is the dopaminergic release in the synapses, the higher is also the long-term potentiation that can support our memory formation and consolidation, and this can in turn stimulate and promote consolidation processes. This is also supported by an anatomical loop, which is made by the ventral striatum, the ventral tegmental area, so regions part of the reward system, and the hippocampus, which is crucial for our memory, as you can also see in this schema on the slide. So why is this important? Because the fact that dopamine is able to strengthen something at a synaptic level, which is crucial for our memory formation, actually suggests that potentially all the stimuli that are able to trigger dopamine release could actually result in long-term memory improvements. And this is something that the neuroscience and the cognitive neuroscience research knows very well, because we know from studies working with the reward system through monetary stimuli that, for example, encoding the information associated to higher reward in terms of money actually leads participants to better retrieve this information, and this goes with the higher activation not only of the reward system but also of the hippocampal formation. So why is this important for us today? Because we know from what we just observed together that music actually triggers dopamine release in the reward system, and that dopamine release itself is a necessary cause for musical pleasure and motivation to take place. But from another perspective of research, we also know that music is able to promote and stimulate memory in both normal and clinical populations. This is true for what is called the musical memory, so the memory for the music itself that seems to be spared even in cases of memory deficits such as Alzheimer's disease. But this is also true for non-musical memory supported by the presence of music, and it's the case, for example, of verbal material that is often better encoded thanks to background music. So, starting from this kind of evidence, we could start wondering whether the musical pleasure triggering dopamine release could actually drive the positive effect of music on memory through the synaptic long-term potentiation we considered before. In order to answer to these questions, we conducted over the last years a series of studies in which we tried to understand whether and how the pleasure felt in response to music could actually explain the effect of music on memory. In one of the first experiments, we asked first of all subjects to encode classical music unfamiliar excerpts, and we asked during the encoding to provide also the pleasure ratings for these excerpts, but we also measured the musical hedonia scores of our participants, so their sensitivity to music reward. In order to test the effect of musical pleasure on memory, 24 hours after, participants went through a memory test in which we asked them to recognize and recollect all the new excerpts that they previously listened or not. So we tested in this case the musical memory, and we found some interesting results. First of all, we found that the higher was the musical hedonia of our participants, so the higher their sensitivity to music reward in terms of individual predispositions, the better also the musical memory. And this went together with an effect of the pleasure felt during music listening, because we found that the higher was the pleasure reported by participants during music listening, the better was also their memory for the music itself. And when wondering whether this effect was regulated actually by the dopaminergic transmission we considered before, we found that this was actually the case, because we found that this effect was modulated by the dopaminergic availability. When we asked people to do the same task but modulating their dopaminergic availability, we found that this effect, so the relationship between pleasure and memory, was disrupted under risperidone, so we found that this effect disappeared when there was no dopaminergic transmission in the brain. So we are focusing here on musical memory, but we could try to push this a bit further and ask what happens for non-musical information. In other words, is the pleasure we derive from music while listening to music able to boost memory also for non-musical material? In order to answer to this question, we conducted another kind of study in which we asked participants again to go through an encoding phase, but in this case rather to encode different musical excerpts that were encoding a list of words that could be presented with an auditory background that was pleasant music, unpleasant music, or control white noise. And we again measured our participants' musical hedonia scores, so their music reward sensitivity. 24 hours after, so after a consolidation period, they went again through a memory test, and we asked them to recognize old material among a new one. And in this case, the material was not represented by music, but it was represented by the words they encoded the day before. Which are the main results we found here? So we found actually a better verbal memory performance for words that were encoded with pleasant background music rather than unpleasant and a white noise control condition. But we found that this effect, so the relationship between pleasure and memory that you see also on the graph, was modulated by participants' sensitivity to music reward. So the higher the pleasure, the better the memory, but this was specifically true for participants that could actually derive pleasure from music, so from most musical hedonic participants. The studies we considered so far and the findings I've presented suggest that there is an effect of musical pleasure on human memory, both in terms of musical memory and non-musical associated verbal information. And this effect of musical pleasure on memory is modulated by both dopaminergic availability and individual differences and scores in musical hedonia. So starting from this, we could go through a more general consideration. And we can start on here about the fact that when we consider music and music listening, we should also be aware of the fact that musical experience is a complex phenomenon. And when we usually listen to music and feel pleasure in response to music, but also when we strengthen our memory formation through music, we are usually immersed in more complex musical experiences. So starting from this, we start to wonder whether we could find these kind of effects also in real life and how we could try to investigate them. So the idea was to try to see whether we could go outside the laboratory and testing the same kind of effects in a real life situation. So in order to start answering to this complex question, we conducted a study in real life. We had this possibility together in a collaboration with the Sonar Festival in Barcelona, which is an important electronic music festival, and we had the opportunity to work with a DJ, Alicia Carrera, who selected for us new and unfamiliar electronic musical pieces, and then we asked participants to listen to this in a sort of experiment concert event, and to answer to some questions through their mobile phones, as you can also see on the screen. So basically, talking about the design of this experiment, we asked participants to listen to, so to go through an encoding phase of electronic music, unfamiliar excerpts in this case, and they were asked to listen to music and rate the different excerpts in terms of pleasure, but we also wanted to extend a bit this measurement of reward experience, and we asked to rate also their curiosity for the piece and the absorption they felt while listening to the piece. And again, we measured their musical hedonia scores. Together with this, we wanted also to measure their motivation associated to this experience, and so they had some coins with them they could spend in order to obtain the song or some information about the song, and so we also asked them how much coins they were willing to spend to obtain more information about the excerpt during this live event. 24 hours after a consolidation period phase, they went through a surprise memory test, so they were recontacted the day after through their email, and we asked them to go through this recollection design, in which we again asked them to listen to all the new excerpts and try to recognize the ones they were listening to the day before. So we found some interesting results here. The first one I'm showing to you is more related to the motivational responses. So basically what we found is that musical pleasure, together also with the curiosity and absorption, so more generally musical reward felt during music listening in a real life event, was able to predict the motivation of our participants to spend money. This is something you can see also sort of represented on the figure, where you can see the curiosity, pleasure, and absorption rating from 1, which is no curiosity or pleasure or absorption, to 7, which means a lot of reward. And you can see that we can predict very well whether, based on these ratings, the participants were going to spend no coin or coin in order to obtain an excerpt or some related information. We put this in a predictive model with a machine learning approach, and we found that our model was very much accurate because we could predict with a 82% accuracy whether the participants were going to spend or not the coin based on their reward ratings. So first of all, we found something that was found also in the laboratory, so that the higher the pleasure, the higher also the motivation to get music in our life. The second main result is the one you can also observe on the figure, is that we actually replicated what we found previously in our experiments in the laboratory, because we found that the higher the reward and the pleasure in our case specifically, the higher was also the recognition probability. So the higher was the probability that the participants recognized a previously listened excerpt the day after. So it means again that the higher the reward, the higher the pleasure during music listening, the better the memory performance the day after in a surprise memory test. So I think it's time to try to derive some conclusions from all of these. We started considering music as something which is present in our life since ever and everywhere, and this is related to its emotional power, basically music ability in regulating our emotions and mood. And we also consider that within this emotional approach, affective approach to music, there is a key role played by musical pleasure. When talking about musical pleasure, we showed how musical pleasure depends on the activity of the reward dopaminergic circuitry, which is usually associated to survival-related stimuli such as food or sex or money, but that we can also activate in response to abstract rewards and social rewards such as music. So, starting from these kind of considerations, we talked about the possible roles that musical pleasure has for cognitive functioning, and we specifically focused on memory. Our results showed through different experimental approaches that the musical pleasure felt by participants, as well as their musical hedonia, so their sensitivity to music reward, can modulate the positive effect of music on memory. And this in turn suggests that the dopaminergic human system is able to promote memory formation also through more aesthetic and abstract rewards, such as music. Interestingly, we confirmed and started confirming these results not only in laboratory but also in more complex and real-life ecological settings, where actually the pleasure and memory processes usually take place. And I think this can have important applications and implications, more specifically in the clinical and pedagogical fields, where we often ask whether we can use music to improve cognitive performance and memory performance, and it becomes increasingly important to take into account the affective response to music, and more specifically the reward response to music, in order to be able to predict whether and how music could be an effective and a positive intervention.
I have no idea whether Laura could hear that applause or not, but it was a well-raised. I think she's there now. Laura, can you hear us?
Hi, yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It was a bit I was a bit sick, so I'm sorry. I hope you didn't sleep too much.
You are with us. You are with us now. It's fabulous. Okay. And thank you for your presentation. We are a little bit behind time, so we're just going to take a couple of questions. Okay. Now I've got one, but I'd like to ask Carlo to start with a question.
Yes. Thank you. You spoke mostly about listening. What about the production? Did you have any measure about the production of music, just singing in the shower, for instance? And the other thing is, there is any relation to the production of endorphins?
Okay, so the main results we have, the main data we have for the results I've showed are related to music listening, because when dealing with memory, it's easier in a sense. But of course, we can imagine that there are all these processes also implied, and even more when it's matter of production, and it's something we observed, for example, in the COVID study, in which we saw that singing activities were among the preferred ones together with listening. So yes. And regarding the endorphin question, I did not make any research on this, and I think the existing research in this case is more related to the power of music, or for example in socializing. But I have no clear evidence in my data for this.
Thank you.
I try to be quick, but I know it's a lot of discussion.
Thank you. We'll have another question.
Thank you. A brief question. You mentioned the release of dopamine. I'm sure that music also causes the release of BDNF and hence stimulate also neurogenesis. Yeah.
Did you get the question?
Yes, so I don't think there are evidence in this sense. So actually, we did the main study we did was with the dopamine manipulation, because we had clear hypothesis about the dopaminergic and also opioid implications in musical pleasure and motivation. So I'm afraid I cannot answer for NERV growth factor.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Let me ask a final question. I was really pleased to hear the focus on pleasure, because we don't talk about pleasure enough in evolution. And of course, pleasure is our most immediate response to music. But I was wondering, is musical pleasure, does it have a different effect on our cognitive function than other sources of pleasure? So here we are in Venice, and tomorrow I'm going to be walking around looking at wonderful architecture, wonderful paintings. I'm going to get enormous pleasure from that. Is that going to have the same effect on my cognitive systems as I would from gaining pleasure from music? Or is musical pleasure different in some regards?
Yeah, that's a complex but very interesting question, because it comes to the definition of pleasure, actually. And when we talk about music, I think that we can deal with many different definitions of pleasure that goes from a more primary sensations and hedonic responses and reactions to more aesthetics one. So when we talk about musical chills, for example, we are talking about something very immediate that is visible also in animal models, for example. While in order to understand more aesthetic art, such as visual or architecture, it's sometimes very important to understand what we are listening to. So this is what we are looking at. This is something true also with music, because if we don't understand a musical excerpt, it's very unlikely that we are going to feel pleasure in response to it. But with music, I think we probably have something more immediate and implicit. So just with simple exposure, we can be aware and understand and learn musical sequences, and this in turn will help in providing more immediate pleasurable responses. So in a sense, I think that there are common pathways, of course, but with music, we are also dealing with something probably more immediate. I don't know if I answered to your question.
Yes, no, that was fine. That was fascinating. Thank you. Laura, thank you very much for joining us. We hope you feel better soon. We're
Have a good lunch.
Be with us for lunch, and let's have another round of applause for Laura.
So, well, I just have to say that we will see you back at 3 o'clock, please. And if I can ask the speakers to stay here, because we have to go to the terrace to have a fantastic sightseeing of Venice. Thank you. See you afterwards.